statute requirements. And it's the newspaper that I guess used by all DeKalb County governmental jurisdictions.
So my guess is if we've had that challenge, other cities probably have it as well. So my curiosity was more is, can we start expressing that and maybe communicating with other cities to let the county know, hey, maybe we need to not just be able to publish it in a written, printed newspaper, but also do it online?
There's two challenges we face in this regard. The governing body for DeKalb has no input on who the legal organ is. 3 elected constitutional officers are the only votes that matter. The sheriff, the probate judge, and the clerk of superior court. Those 3 meet, they decide who the legal organ is, and that's the end of the conversation. So that's first. Second thing is that we still have most of Georgia's counties and a significant proportion of its cities that, well, let's just put it this way, for whom computer literacy is a challenge. There was a move a few years ago to require public notices pursuant to the Open Meetings Act to be published on the website in addition to the hard copy on the front door of the meeting place. So, you know, Ned has to drive across and post it over here. That got shut down by everybody south of Macon because they don't have websites, by and large. We have counties in this state that have fewer people than the top half of the cities in the state. And they're still required to provide all of the county services that the state mandates: health department, full-time sheriff's office, full-time jail, all of those various things, superior court judges, district attorneys, all those large county tasks have to get done by counties with less than 15,000 souls. So when it comes to changing the statute that talks about where we publish, the reality of what happens in metropolitan Atlanta and how different metropolitan Atlanta is, even in its broadest sense out to its furthest reaches of the metropolitan counties, is never more poignant than when we start talking about how we get notices out to the citizenry. You could go across, the same things I was saying pejoratively about South Georgia, you could say about Northeast and Northwest Georgia. There are counties, Stevens County, for instance, is 16,000 souls. Can we let people know there's a problem with the champion? I've already been in contact with the clerk of court. I don't know Sheriff Maddox well enough to reach out to her and say, look, we had this problem, but Chief and I can have a conversation and have that conversation directly with the law enforcement. I've also sent a message to the probate court to say, look, here's the problem with our current legal organ in this county. You need to take a look at what the service mechanism is and the service delivery strategy is for these folks. Not until it impacts those officers' abilities to do their jobs and get their notices published as required by law, whether it's for a sheriff's sale, for a tax commissioner's sale, for the tax office, publications of required notices from the clerk of superior court's office, publications regarding probate matters that are required under statute, all of those go in the champion, and the champion is only in business because of that business. So until it affects their ability to do their work, we will not get a fair hearing on the conversation. Law firm I was in 3 firms ago, I think, actually represented the champion, and when they became the legal organ in 98, I think is the first time that they were designated as the legal organ for the county. And there was a challenge by the previous publisher saying that they'd been selected inappropriately or improperly, and my law firm represented the champion in beating back that challenge. And it was an easy task, frankly, because the discretion to select the legal organ is solely vested by constitutional authority in the probate judge or the ordinary, depending on which version of the Constitution you read, in the sheriff's office and in the clerk of superior
So I mean, the best we could do is just let people know we're having challenges.
You let your constituents know that we had to redo this. We, required the council to have 3 extra meetings because of this issue. Voters can't have a better voice often than elected officials, frankly, in this particular realm, because those 3 offices still rely on voters from across the county to stay in office. And there's no, and I don't mean this as pejoratively as it's gonna come out, but the one thing an elected official typically wants to do most is stay in office.
Okay. I'm just curious, that as long as we've done what we feel like is our due diligence to let those who could help us with that know that we've had struggles. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Do we need to adjourn the special called meeting?
I mean, procedurally, yes, ma'am, that's the best course of action,
Okay.
and then we can move on
Do
to
I
the rest
have
of the
a
work session.
motion to adjourn the special called meeting?
I make a motion that we adjourn our special cold meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Well, we were already in our work session. I don't know. Whatever. So, getting back to our work session, old business is resolution R20, never mind. The ordinance to amend chapter 16, public nuisances. To amend? Okay.
Mayor and council,
I thought this was a new. I mean,
well, it's old business as far as it having already.
no,
been-
I mean amend, oh, you're just saying
It's old
amend the draft of.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Got it.
I apologize for being less communicative with each of you compared to how I normally try to respond, but I've been crippled a bit this week. and
But thank
hopefully-
you for saving us money.
Look, I understand, always understand who my client is first. And I have never, in 32 years of practice in law and representing local governments, ever had to go to a government and ask for a budget amendment for an increase in my budget line item for that fiscal year. I don't want to start now. The city manager took the progressive and proactive step of making that change for me at the beginning of the year, once he got a handle on where things were. I know what I can spend a month doing your work, and I try to stay within that number. Sometimes circumstances conspire to make that not possible. Last month we were a little high, the month before we were a little low, so we're on target to not overexpend my authority, but I do want to appreciate, I do often have reasons if I don't articulate them well. I know that Mayor Pro Tem has a number of questions that she wants to address. Let me just cover a couple of things. I did not, because of my injury, get all the changes made that I wanted to make this time. There are some Scrivener's kinds of errors that need to be fixed, but if we flip over, sorry, I don't have this flipped. 16209 and 16210 are both going to require substantial rewrites. There's some language in there that draws on the punitive language that we've talked about in previous meetings and previous hearings on this statute, or on this ordinance, excuse me.
Could you give us at least the page number or the line number?
It's
You don't may
31
not have
on my
that.
document. I'm not sure what version y'all might have.
You don't have a copy of that.
301 and 31.
Yes, 30 of 35 and 31 of 35, 16209 and 16210. Both of these sections of the ordinance, 16209A has some language in it that is, I think, vague and needs to be addressed. But both A and B and 16210 all talk about guilty of an offense against the city. That's the punitive language that I have tried to talk you out of, and I believe I've received direction just in our conversations to make sure that this is more of a civil proceeding instead of criminal proceedings. We're not looking to put people in jail over these offenses. What we're trying to do is convey our interest in making sure that they are aware of their obligations and then take action that's appropriate to fulfill their obligations rather than locking them up over it. Now, you do not in your code at present have anything like this. The only authority that is in your code at present to address derelict or abandoned structures are if those structures are owned out of a foreclosure. And still owned by the bank from that foreclosure. There is no mechanism in any of your code to address owner-owned but unoccupied and derelict property. That's where the genesis of this came from. But when we started looking at the other issues that are likely to arise in Pine Lake and other things that could occur, we decided that what the city should enact is a comprehensive response to the potential for public nuisance in the use of its property, in the use of its byways and roadways, and in its use in its homeowners' obligations and duties toward each other. So this work came out of my experience in this realm, my experience in what ought to be considered by local government bodies in trying to address the risk of misaction or misdeeds by homeowners and by people who live and visit your city, but also from the conversations I've had with all of you about what your priorities are and what you want to have the tools to address. The most important thing I want to say tonight before I start addressing the Mayor Pro Tem's direct questions is none of this is set in stone. If there are subsections or pieces that you want to amend on your next regular session when this comes up for a final vote, those amendments are appropriate at that time. If there is changes that you want done and you have a majority of the council available to tell me to make those changes, we can make those changes before we publish the next version of this, which will hopefully be the enacted version except for whatever amendments or changes may come from the floor. No document is final in my world until you vote affirmatively in a majority to say this is our will. So just because I'm presenting you a version or what I call a final version from my perspective, it means my work is done and yours actually formally begins, even though your work has been involved in this entire process. And if that's not clear in any way, I want you to make sure that you ask me what's not clear about it, because I want you to understand that this needs to be your document. The final vote needs to be your vote that says this is our policy and how we want to address these issues in our city. This is not me telling you what to do. This is me making suggestions about what you want to consider doing, and what the final version looks like is wholly and entirely your discretionary act. And that discretionary act is individual to each of the voting members. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to just take your questions in order, or?
Yeah, I'd like to, I mean, my questions are, I'd like to go from the beginning to the end of the ordinance and state my questions, talk about those.
Sure.
And also, if anyone else has other questions in between, I mean, let's kind of try to stay in the order of the ordinance rather than jumping around with different questions is my thought.
Bless you.
So I'll just start out. You kind of give me a segue into my original, my first comment, which is an overall general comment, because you just talked about what you saw as the purpose of this. I saw a very different purpose to this entire document. And the purpose that I saw was that we were struggling, the chief has been struggling, I think, with our codes in order to have some kind of logical structure for her to give citations. I don't know what happens after that. I mean, people get fined, get citations, and then nothing happens. I don't know if they went to court. I don't know what happens, but it seems like we're just kind of treading water. And I thought that this document had to do with making all those things clear. So there are some things in here that add to that, but one question that I have is, how do we integrate this with what's already in our code? We have a nuisance ordinance, or we have a Division 2, Article 3 nuisance. So that's a little confusing to begin with. We've got now two things, unless part of the resolution is that we're going to, or the ordinance is that we're going to delete everything that has to do with this that's in our current code and replace it with this. And if we're thinking about doing that, that doesn't make sense, because there are a lot of things that we have in our codes that we still need to have and are not addressed here. But my take on this is that we should have one place where somebody can go and get this information. I don't think we have that now. And there is nothing in this document nor in our own codes that say, except for what I think is a very general statement, that fines can be from $100 to $1,000, but can't we let people know that they're going to be fined something if they continually have their grass high? I mean, I don't want to put them in jail, but I'd like to have some kind of something happen, not just somebody giving you a citation that doesn't go anywhere. So I was apparently not involved in the putting together of this, or I was not. I didn't exactly know what was going on, but that's why I have a lot of questions about this. I also feel like the things that you're talking about are really big, really, I think, kind of at the end of the road, at the end of the line of code enforcement. We don't go and tell somebody they're going to tear down their building until we deal with them in a code enforcement way, which we have not been able to do yet. Now, I understand, you can put it in there and we can use it later or whatever, but if we put this in here, put all these things in here, the expectation is that we're going to use them. We say in here, and that's just a little ahead here, but if 5 people request that we investigate, then we investigate. Well, what happens if 5 people come and tell us they want investigations of 3 different properties? We haven't done anything to lead up to that. We've got a whole, I just think we're bringing in the big guns, and we haven't learned how to use the artillery. So that's my general comment.
Sure, and let me address a couple of those things, if I can,
Okay.
please, ma'am. The first one is, residing in an urban environment, as Pine Lake does, there are certain things that are inherently challenging about how code enforcement gets accomplished. I don't write codes that include how code enforcement goes about the day-to-day operations of their work. What I do is provide the tools from which those internal operating procedures can then be formulated. In every community I have ever worked, there are rules that are established that work through how the process is identified, how a problem is identified, how the homeowner is notified that there's a problem, and a period during which they get to fix it. Usually that process begins with what's called a notice of violation. That's simply a letter or a posting on the property if it's unoccupied that says, we were here on this date, we observed these things about the property, these code sections address those things and say you have an obligation as a member of this community to not do what appears to be going on in this particular location, and you have 30 days from the date of this letter to correct it. Otherwise, you may be subject to citation and a formal hearing before the municipal court. So there will always be, to the best of our ability, an engagement process. I don't know our code enforcement officer personally. What I would hope that they would do, in addition to sending the letter that's a notice of violation, is have a conversation with your homeowners, with your constituents. Say, look, we've got a new code. There are things that you need to be aware of. You know, you need to keep your grass mowed. You need to move the derelict vehicles out of your yard. You need to take care of the premises so that it doesn't look like it's about to fall down around your ears. Whatever it is that conversation needs to be, I'm hopeful that our code enforcement officer will start with that process before getting into the formal process where I'm involved. Because every time you pick up the phone and say, I need help writing a notice of violation, the clock's running. And y'all don't need to pay for all of those things. You need a code enforcement officer that's going to use their discretion to try to solve problems, not create more work for me. So that's the first two responses I would make to you. The specific question that you asked in your introductory remarks, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, is that 50-109 that's currently in your code is unlawful under your charter. The charter no longer gives the mayor the power to issue a summary abatement. That only belongs to your municipal court judges. So some of the existing tools that exist that are in your code just aren't enforceable. They functionally don't exist for purposes of addressing any of the questions or any of the issues in your code. Summary abatement, which you point out in one of your questions with respect to section 16.3A on page 2 of the draft document, deals with a specific class of nuisances. Nuisances at law, nuisance at common law, are those things that we talked about with Councilmember Torrent at length about disorderly houses, places where illegal activities are going on, those kinds of things that by their mere operation are illegal. They do not apply to the other types of nuisances that we're trying to address: unkempt property, unmaintained property, trash in the yard, trash in the street, trash that's not being picked up and cared for by the property owner. Those kinds of things are not nuisances at law, and they're not subject to summary abatement. If we had a situation like, similar to one I had in one of your sister cities, where a multifamily housing unit had a single meter from which they were buying all of their water from the DeKalb watershed, but that then had a number of leaks throughout the property where water was just spewing into the street and running down the hill and into a stream half a mile away. The existence of those leaks that are unrepaired, unattended to, and are spewing thousands and thousands of gallons an hour out into the universe is a nuisance at law. It is by its very existence a nuisance, and therefore is subject to summary abatement and does not require a hearing. Now, I will tell you, as a matter of practice, no judge on planet Earth will ever issue a summary abatement without giving the property owner a chance to be heard. It doesn't matter what the authority says they have, they will not do it because they are trained to give people a hearing and to follow due process. And I'm fine with that as a matter of the rule of law. What we want to do is let the judges know that there's a certain class of problems that may arise at some point in the city's future that we believe require a shorter response time than the typical 30 days from notice to a hearing to final action by the
Okay, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here. You put a whole lot of stuff in there just now, and one of the things you just said is that these are different. This is somehow different than grass growing, too tall grass and debris in the house. You know, keep talking about prostitution and drugs as if that's the big issue here. Along with prostitution and drugs, in that same section, you talk about how the house is kept. We have 2 chapters in there, one about grass and one about vegetation and debris, that talks about those specific kinds of things. It's very confusing to me. If this is a whole different thing, and that's why we have a separate section on it, then make it about that. Make it, I mean, I don't know what that means, the nuisance at law, or whatever it was you said. I don't know. Maybe we need that kind of section, but that's not just what's in here. There's a lot of other things in here. And let's go back to, you said that our current codes are not enforceable, or not according to our charter. Well, then take out the part about the mayor. And are you saying that that this is indeed, that we are saying that what's in our code is, we're just going to throw that away? And if we are, then what about the things that are in there that we shouldn't throw away? We need to put it in here. I'm really confused about what the purpose of this is. Chief?
I was going to say, I think what we're looking at right now is a lot of our codes need to be updated. A lot of rules and regulations and requirements by state and federal have changed over the years. And we haven't done a lot of changes in some of these ordinances since we've started. So the new ones that are proposed, from what I've seen, they include the core of what we need, but at the same time, we also have to consider tomorrow. We're building our business district, so we can't just talk about sheds. We have to talk about everything from sheds to multi-dwellings. So that's what and if you ever look at a code section and you go all the way to the bottom, you'll see in parentheses, it'll say 1985, 1975. It'll show when those ordinances have gone in and been revised. And a lot of what I've seen too, as far as some of the upgrades or the changes made, are really just bringing us up to standard to a lot of the small cities around us that have similar ideals and goals. And it helps us legally too, because I think last week we got a chance to see that a lot of this culture that we do here in Pine Lake is very illegal, from what we get calls to say this and do this, really not appropriate. We do notices, we do notice of violations, we do extensions. I've had workshops, so now we are at that progressive next level. We looked at that abandoned house and I saw some looks like some paraphernalia in there. So we do need to add these other little caveats in there to help us speed this on. So it does seem like a little bit of a water board, but everything in here, because we've been kind of sharing this document as it's been going, and this is going to be something that's going to really help us to move to the next level to do our job with code enforcement.
So are you saying that the next level of your job is to go into houses and
No, but to be able to use spoons and forks and not our fingers, because that's what we're doing right now. We're scraping it with tall grass and so on and so forth, and you guys can sit around and you're constantly your displeasurement with code enforcement, but that's about as much as we could do with what we have. So if we want to progress and we want to clean up these empty vacant lots, then we're going to need some more teeth in these ordinances that we have.
So my understanding, and I think I brought up the vacant abandoned houses, and my understanding of where we are is, in order to look at that in our ordinance and seeing that there were massive gaps in being able to stop a house that is falling apart and falling down and has weeds growing 7 foot tall. We didn't have teeth. And so my understanding is, you said in order for me to look at that, I have to do all of it. I have to do the whole thing about nuisances. You can't just do it piecemeal when you write that ordinance. Is that
My
correct?
professional judgment and my experience says that if you're going to tap the faucet of dealing with nuisance, you need to address nuisance from the beginning to the end. And I hear your consternation, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, believe me, I am not immune to it. But what I'm suggesting to you, as someone who's lived this work his entire professional life, that I'm going to quote my Southern grandmother a little bit here, take her words completely out of context. The medicine's going to taste awful going down, but it's going to fix what ails you at the end of the day. And it's a challenge to articulate how this works and how it accomplishes the mission that I understood I was tasked with accomplishing. And the only person, the only group of people involved in creating this draft ordinance for your consideration has been my shop. Before it was published to the entire council, nobody on council had seen it. So there's no cabal and no backroom deals about what's going on. What I got presented were conversations about what issues and challenges needed to be addressed and what could we do to fix that. So I undertook to do a review of your ordinances, looked at what the code sections that were on the books were, and said, you know what, we need a wholesale fix to all of this. We do not need to go through and piecemeal amend various sections of the code because they still don't provide the textual guidance that we need in order to address the concerns that I was presented with. That is, people's yards unkempt, people with unusable or undrivable vehicles in their yards, trees that are dangerous and not being taken down, houses that are not being maintained. Code is not about invading people's houses. We still have to have probable cause and a warrant to go inside someone's house. We don't just get to walk in somebody's front door because we want to do a health and safety inspection in a private residence. In a multifamily location, absolutely we have those rights to conduct those administrative inspections because there's more than one person that's involved and more than one family that's involved in that living structure. So it depends on the type of residence that we're talking about, it depends on the circumstances we're talking about, but all my office is trying to accomplish with this proposal to the council is to give your staff, particularly your law enforcement agencies and your judges, the tools by which they can undertake to remedy situations that we either know exist or may likely exist at some point in the future. None of us has a crystal ball. I'm not presuming to be able to see what the future for this community is going to hold. And I'm not going to be here forever. Whether I irritate enough of you for you to ask me to leave or I end up retiring, one of those two things is going to happen inside the next 10 years. So I'm not here to say this will fix all that ails you. We may have to come back and tweak some of this once we see how this agency wants to run this program. Some of that's up to the city manager, some of that's up to the chief of police, some of it's up to the three of us working together to create those tools by which we can then let citizens know what their obligations are. But we are not here to start summarily knocking people's houses down without giving them both the opportunity and the obligation to fix their own problems.
So, am I hearing that these tools that you're putting in here, and I don't object to them being in our code and available to us to use. What I don't understand is at this time when we have difficulty with what you were saying, dangerous trees or vehicles in the yard or trash in the yard or whatever, when we have difficulty dealing with this having these on the books is a tool that we need to deal with that? Is that so that people will know that if they don't fix it, they're gonna have their have us come in and do something? I mean,
We're gonna try to make 'em
why
fix it.
is that? Why is there so much talk about that, and why isn't there more talk about how do we deal with it today? I mean, what's the process to take somebody to court if they don't cut their grass? Is that working? And if it's, maybe it's not an ordinance we need. Maybe we need to sit down and look at the processes. Maybe it's not a legal thing. I don't know. But I don't know. To me, most of this ordinance has to do with these other big giant things. And I'm not understanding why that needs to be the focus. I'm not saying we shouldn't have it available if we need it. I'm just saying I don't see any baby steps going up to this is where I'm coming from.
Let me offer two things, and Councilmember Ramsey, I know you've got your thoughts on this topic as well. Let me offer you two legal answers to that question, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. First one is, there's a difference between a homeowners association and a city. Homeowners associations have the ability to just go around, knock on people's doors, drop a letter in their mailbox, and say, clean your grass or we're gonna start fining you. That's fundamentally not a city function. City function is to create a code by which everybody understands what the rules are and that those rules have consequences. The process by which we let people know is a management tool that the city manager will invoke in conversation with the chief of police and the code enforcement officer to put together the how of enforcement of these new codes if this council passes them. So how somebody gets to court, how we initiate contact with a homeowner, how we begin the conversation of getting compliance and building that rapport and that response will be addressed, but it has to be addressed in the context of the legal tools by which the city has the ability to compel compliance. And without that ability to compel compliance, whatever we ask people to do has no effect. So in the circumstance with why you need these tools don't exist. There's nothing in your code that says grass of 12 inches high or higher is a nuisance and has to be abated, and if you don't clean it up, we're gonna come mow your grass and you're gonna pay us back for mowing your grass.
But is there not a different, we're not an HOA, we're a city, we have a court. Why can't we write give them a warning if they don't do it in 30 days? Why can we not give them some kind of a citation that they then have to go to court for, and we have a fine? Why does it?
That is precisely what the code does, Madam.
Mayor Pro
This
Tem,
code
could you
does not do
recognize me
that.
for a second?
Yes, please.
I think one of the issues that's creating confusion here is that we have no mechanism to enforce that right now at all. I mean, if someone's,
And why is that?
because it's not in our code.
Okay,
It's not.
so, which I agree with, and that's what I thought we were doing, but there's nothing in here between nothing and going into this process of investigating and looking. I mean, there's not a way to give somebody a violation and just have them go to court and deal with it. That's the first step.
In 1945, in the state of Georgia, possession of marijuana was not illegal. Despite all the, reefer madness movies and all the hyperbole over possession of marijuana, it was not illegal to own, to possess marijuana. Same thing's true for cocaine. We went from it being completely illegal to being illegal and leaving it to the law enforcement officer and the law enforcement community to figure out how they're going to address investigating all the various levels of that process, of that possession. Because ultimately, we have codes that say if you possess less than an ounce of marijuana, that's a misdemeanor. But when the code was originally written in the 1950s, possession of any amount of marijuana was a felony with a mandatory minimum sentence. So the law is a blunt instrument. The application and enforcement of the law is a scalpel. That's why there is a requirement that you have law enforcement have the tools to say, we don't believe this conduct is acceptable in our community. And from that determination by the policy body, the enforcement mechanism that gets developed by the city manager and his staff that create the means by which we get to the desired end, which is getting compliance. I mean, when we started this conversation 6 weeks ago, my whole opening statement was related to the goal of code enforcement from my chair is compliance in the community. It is not taking people to court. It is not putting the city in the business of taking people's houses down or cutting their grass for them or doing any of the things we want them to do to make the community better as a whole. It is compliance. But you don't write code from that perspective. You write code from the perspective of what is the minimum level of behavior we accept in this community. And then we work back from that. Once the policy body has said, this is our will, we work back from that with law enforcement and other tools in the city's armament to determine how we get there. That's why your code says we want this to be a compliance-based code. That's why the code says we want this to be a cooperative engagement. We don't want people coming to court. We don't want to have a full docket with 60 citations on Code Enforcement Day that say we're going to fine people $1,000 a day every day that they don't cut their grass. That's not the goal. The goal is to create a mechanism by which you say, here are our standards, and then we have conversations that get people to meet those standards.
Well, if you came to me and had a conversation about something that our city does not accept, and you said, go look at this ordinance, I would feel like I was being, that I was going to be drummed out of the city. I mean, what is in this ordinance is, and I'm not saying that it can't be in there, but there's point to me in this ordinance what happens when you have a simple person who has a car in their driveway and it's not licensed and you want them to get rid of it. And they don't do it the first time you ask, what is the remedy in this ordinance that you do for that? What do you do for that? What section is that in?
It would be in the enforcement IOPs, the internal operating procedures, the police department would create once this policy is established as the city's minimum standards. It is not, in no place I have ever attended in a code drafting course or any training I've received or in 30 plus years of practice doing this work, have I ever written the baby steps of what code enforcement is supposed to do. But what we do in code enforcement as a general rule, and this is universal training that's offered to every code enforcement officer in the state. You start with a conversation, you proceed to a notice of violation, which has a deadline by which you have to act. If the situation is not remedied by the end of the notice of violation code situation, you issue the citation, which has a date for a hearing. It provides the code section and the conduct that was in violation of the code and what the remedies that the code provides could be for the judge to consider when he or she hears the case. The case goes to a hearing. The city presents its case about why it is this is a code violation, what we've done as far as notice, who we let know. The homeowner has the opportunity at the hearing to address their response about why it is or isn't a problem or why they can't comply or whatever their challenge might be, and then the judge gets to make a decision. But I have never in my life written a code that dictates to law enforcement the minutia of how they go about enforcing an ordinance or a statute that I've helped draft. Not in 33 years.
So what I'm hearing is, in order for us to get to that place, we need the ordinance. The ordinance then mandates for our administration to figure out the process, the procedures of enforcement and compliance, which are the steps to get to compliance. And that would be, if I'm understanding this correctly, what's step A, step B, step C, step D. If step A is not done, this is where we go. This is how much time they have. That's not the purpose of the ordinance. The ordinance is to create the picture frame. Administration draws the picture to put that into play. Is that?
That's a fair synopsis, yes, sir.
So for me, I know I brought this up. I've lived across the street from an abandoned house for 20 plus years. You don't think that affects my property values every day? We have no tools other than begging a homeowner who lives out of state, could you come and cut the grass, please? It's 6 foot tall. Sure. We have nothing to force them to do that.
But does this ordinance, I'm sorry, I still don't see how this ordinance gives you the tools to do that step.
The ordinance doesn't do that. The administration creates the procedures to do that.
But this ordinance sets the standards, is what it does.
Standards for what?
How high your grass can be, how long hang on, before you comment, how high your grass can be. You cut down a tree, you stack that tree in your driveway. How long can you leave that cut down tree in your driveway? This ordinance addresses that under vegetation. Honestly, Gene,
No, it doesn't.
yes, it does.
One thing I'll say too, because I think this is kind of confusing. We do have an ordinance, say the ordinance that Jeff is talking about, the property across the street. I think the key word that the attorney is saying is compelling compliance. Yes, that property would be covered if he never cut it. So yes, he cuts it, but we have to do it every single year, and maybe twice or 3 times a year, and we don't have enough teeth in our current ordinance to say the buck stops here. And if we had an ordinance that would compel that compliance, then we have a little more groundwork to stand on. With the house that's right over there by Tracy, that dragged on, but we notated it. Then you have we have these conversations, we give out these notices. So we had the foreground, but we didn't have the backbone to say, okay, to compel compliance. It just goes into this Pine Lake circle of, I've been doing it like that forever. So that's what it's. So it's not like there's nothing written at all, but we want something that's just slightly stiffer so that maybe there'll be consequences in place to where this will be the last time that we have to remind this guy. And even further than that, he's done everything he's supposed to do. He's cut the grass, he's boarded it up, but city council and residents might decide that's not enough. We want something else because that wood up there is ugly. And then you get a chance to create the standards by which you want these things enforced and how we want to proceed going forward.
Let me also add, I don't want to diminish the amount of heartburn that you have about this, Mayor Pro Tem. And I don't want to tell you that I won't draft a code that has process in it. My sidebar with the city manager just now was to ask if he had a strong position one way or the other about whether or not we codified the process that I believe would be followed anyway, or if We just let him do that as a management tool. And he said to me that he has no strong position one way or the other. If you would be more comfortable with a codified process that says when a complaint of a potential code enforcement violation is made, this is what we will do. And the code enforcement officer will act in these ways and tick these boxes as they proceed through their enforcement actions. We can draft that code. I think it's too structured and too rigid to comply or to allow the kind of discretion I want the code enforcement officer to have in these conversations. But if that's what you want and there's a consensus on the council to do that, I will write that code.
Okay, let me go back to a question about our previous codes. And that is, you said they're not enforceable as they stand. Are they, in terms of, because I do not believe that this code has all the standards that we necessarily want. It's very lacking, in my opinion, of the standards. But there are other things in the previous codes that we haven't really looked at because we haven't looked at the previous codes. By doing this, or maybe even now, are you saying that those are not standards of Pine Lake? That because they're not enforceable, that they just kind of go away and we don't use them anymore? Is that what you're saying?
No, the final ordinance that you'll vote on, the draft ordinance that has this larger document that we've been discussing as its exhibit that shows what the code being adopted is, says that any code in conflict with the code as any code section in conflict with the act of the council in adopting this ordinance is repealed by operation of law.
Okay.
So those code, if this code were adopted.
But if there are things in there that don't disagree with this, if there's not a conflict, they stay in?
They stay in, yes, ma'am.
And that's on a piece-by-piece basis, not,
Correct.
okay. So those things, so people will have to, and you know, this is where I see, and I'm surprised that you are not hearing this from people, because I am, that it's very difficult to find or know where these things are. They're in several places already in our codes, and now we're adding another place where they are. And you say, well, we just write them a letter, and then we'll talk to them and so forth. Believe me, when you write somebody a letter and say they're doing wrong, they get very upset and very afraid of what it is that's coming down the pike and assume a lot of things. What I'm looking for is something that is clear to them so they know and understand what things they might get a letter for. And I still don't see that. And to me, this complicates it more. I don't know. I'm not looking for every step along the way, but I'm looking for people to be able to, if you get this letter and then that person goes into the codes and starts looking at it, the first thing they see is not, hey, we can come in and take and decide your house is blighted, or we can decide this and that. I mean, the language in this is, if that's the language it takes to establish the enforcement, it seems really over the top to me.
I think it's the end point that you're looking at. When you see that language, that's the final point
Of course
that you would get to compel compliance. Hopefully, you would get compliance at a conversation. You know, I mean, when the chief texts me and said, "Hey, is that your tree hanging over the road?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah." I took care of that tree within a week. You know, and most people, I would assume, would do that. You know, the next step, had I not done anything, would have been a letter or, you know, some kind of violation notice, which I could have then taken to court and so forth. And it would have followed a process. And I think what I feel is that what you're asking for would tie the hands of the code enforcement officers to a very specific process. And every resident is different, every situation is different, and I think we need to give them a little bit of grace and leeway to execute compliance as best they can.
So what would it tie, well, what, if we had a process in place that said that this letter would go out first and they'd have 30 days and then there might be a violation and then
And then you'd get a hearing scheduled.
and if you had that process in the ordinance, there's a lot of leeway within that process.
That's like saying to someone, okay, you really don't have 2 weeks to fix this, that you might tell someone in a conversation, or 30 days. You've really got 90 days before the judge actually puts you to get it fixed. And to me, certain people will take advantage of that process, and certain people will care about what their neighbors are feeling and seeing and take care of the problem quickly.
You mean the flexibility to say to the homeowner, it's really 90 days you've got instead of 30? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's the flexibility you're looking for?
I'm looking for the officer, the code compliance officer, to have the flexibility to have a conversation first and try and get something done without any formal process. Simply because the code exists and they can say, hey, you know, here's the code that your property's in violation of. This is what you need to do to bring it in compliance.
I don't think having a process would eliminate the possibility of them doing that up front. I mean, before the process begins, just having a conversation. There's nothing that says that they can't have a conversation. What I'm objecting to here, or feeling like this is flexibility gives you an opening to treat people differently. And throughout this, there's a lot of ways that you know, we're talking, if, for example, we're talking about where the city, in the instance of blighted, the city manager instigates this investigation. And I know that's the end point, but that's what's in here. The city manager instigates this, and the city judge is adjudicating it, and yet there is no way for them to appeal it.
No, there's baked into state law, there's an appeal from any adjudication by a municipal court judge.
To the Superior Court judge, but they don't even have to answer that.
Yes, they do.
Well, not,
If you file, as a matter of law, Mayor Pro Tem, if you file a petition for review under the State and Superior Court Appellate Practice Act, the city has an obligation to answer the ordinance or the appeal of its city court judgment. And then a court holds a hearing on that particular appeal. We have to file the record upon which the city court judgment was made, so that the Superior Court has the same information that the municipal court judge had, And then they decide whether or not we screwed something up procedurally. Now, my biggest concern with the idea of codifying the step-by-step process you've been asking for is that if we miss one of those tick boxes, we give somebody a get-out-of-jail-free card baked into the process.
Nobody's going to jail, remember?
No, it was a euphemism and hyperbole. So forgive me we give somebody another bite at the apple and more delay in fixing their property, whatever the problem is we're trying to address, because somebody was human and made an error in applying the process. That's why I try to leave the process to a management tool, and the management sets forth how its process is supposed to work, but it's not code. It doesn't have the force of law. It says, here's what we're gonna do in a perfect world. But there's flexibility baked into it because you have the ability to say, I tried my best to get notice to this property owner. I sent notices to every address I could find for who the property owners on record are. All of them came back. We're gonna post it on the front door. That's gonna be the notice, and we're gonna proceed. Now, if you codify that we only will accept service, the only notice that's appropriate is notice to the property owner in person or by certified mail or statutory overnight delivery. That's 3 different ways. I hand it to them, I mail it to them by certified mail, or I overnight it to them by FedEx or UPS. If I don't manage to get one of those 3 notices to them, I have no ability to proceed with the hearing if you codify that that's the only way we can get notice to a property owner.
But isn't that in several of these places, it does talk about notice, right?
It provides for notice, but there are other ways besides what you could write in a code that you can get notice constructively on a property owner. 2 ways to get notice. Actual notice. I tell you, I give you a letter, I provide you a document. That's actual notice. You were told that this was going on. There's another way of getting the notice that is constructive notice. That is, we do things that are so patently obvious that you should have known we were trying to get in touch with you about this problem. Constructive notice is sufficient for due process. And constructive notice is an effective way of making sure people know that their property is potentially being affected if they don't pay attention. And if they don't pay attention, and we've done all the things we can do to provide constructive notice, then we can go in and say to the appeals judge, whether it's at the Superior Court, the Court of Appeals, or the Georgia Supreme Court, and say, look, these are all the things we tried to do. These are all the mechanisms by which we tried to get notice to this property owner. And they say we didn't do anything. Here's the proof of what we did. What else are we supposed to do under these circumstances? Isn't this sufficient for constructive notice? And the cases will tell us every time that if you do enough and you exhaust every opportunity, you can get sufficient notice by constructive notice to satisfy the due process under the Constitution. So every time we say there's notice required, it includes the concept of notice that is baked into our common law that judges have been creating and telling us what constitutes due process since 1789.
Okay.
So this is where we are. Since I've been on council, we have been saying that we need to do something about code enforcement. And our officials have told us that we need to give them teeth to do it. And that's what this is. And we need to do something about that now. It could have been done any point in the years leading up to it, but here we are now. And we need to get into it. And this is just a template. We can take things out. We can add things to it. I have mentioned a couple of things that I didn't like that should be stricken. Some of them are taken out. But that's what we're doing now. We're making the law, and then we are trusting our professional staff to then enforce that. And that we need to get onto that. I mean, we can spend another hour talking about why we're doing this, or
Okay.
we should not do anything at all. But the fact of the matter is we've decided that we need to do something, so let's do it.
I agree. I mean, everybody seems to think that this is the document that needs to happen. I have a lot of comments on the particulars of it, so let's just dig into that real quick. Well, not too quick, but obviously, well, I don't understand it, but that's okay. Okay, so, I just had a suggestion that we have a definition of nuisance in the, in general section. If you do, that's fine. If you don't, I don't really care. But I think that would be helpful. Okay. So, starting out with, judging, what did not understand, the judge being able to rule on a nuisance without a hearing or before a hearing happens. In other words, you take it to court, and that's on line 62. Maybe I may have misunderstood what it was saying. Summary abatement, any judge of the municipal court without hearing of those things that are declared either by the common law or statute law to be nuisances or that are nuisances per se. So that's a jurisdiction to abate. Maybe it's not saying that. It just seems like it's saying that the judge, a summary, what does it mean?
I think I have to own that I left out a clause in that subsection, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and I apologize. I can't even begin to count the number of times I've looked at this without recognizing that that is a sentence fragment as opposed to a complete sentence. What it's supposed to say is that any judge of the municipal court without a hearing has the authority to summarily abate those things that are declared either by common law or statute or so forth and so on. So the judge has the ability to say, fix this, or stop the misbehavior that constitutes a nuisance at law. The things that are nuisances at law are defined by statute in Georgia. They're also defined by case law in Georgia. For us to create an ordinance that regurgitates those things, I think it's surplusage. I think it's unnecessary because whatever we wrote would be trumped by whatever the statute actually said. So if I tried to do anything other than just cut and paste the language from Georgia's code, then we would be at risk of having the ordinance struck down as unconstitutional because it conflicted with what the state statute says. So, but thank you for pointing this out, and I will fix the sentence fragment and make sure that there's actually a verb in there as opposed to just a bunch of nouns.
Okay, I'm not quite sure I understand how you, what would fix it, or how you would fix it, because it sounded like the second thing you said still sounds like the judge being able to do it before there's a hearing.
Yes, that is correct. Sorry. Please.
And the reason for that, I guess, why would you? Obviously, a judge's not going to do it without somebody bringing it to him. We're going to bring it to him. Somebody is going to bring it to the judge, and then the judge is making a summary judgment on this. Why would we not just have a hearing?
As I tried to explain earlier and did so very inartfully, I've never had a situation where a summary abatement was appropriate, where a judge has not held a hearing and not required us to provide some sort of notice to the property owner that we believe that they are operating a nuisance at law. So,
but you think you need to have this in here so that Georgia law, so that somebody can't strike it down because it doesn't match Georgia law? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is I want this authority in those circumstances where there is an exigent circumstance and a identifiable and articulable risk to public safety to give us the power to walk into court, find one of our judges at the bench on a day saying, we have a petition for a summary abatement, here are our facts, here's why it's important, here's why we need to take action immediately. Please give us the authority to take action immediately and shut this down.
Okay, so I could think of of an example of that would be if you had some kind of chemical spill or something coming from a house, which I happen to know about because that happened prior to me buying one of this house over on Forest, and they dumped into the street basically hazardous chemicals and I mean that maybe they were able to get the person to deal with it, but you might need to have an emergency not hearing, but the judge to say that something in order to get them to stop because it's immediately going to cause a problem to the lake or something like that. Is that what you're talking about?
That would be an excellent example. The most common place where I've used this is with meth labs.
Is what?
Meth labs, methamphetamine labs, where people are cooking methamphetamine in an apartment or in a residential structure. And law enforcement's about ready to go in and conduct their search warrant and conduct the criminal investigation. We coordinate with them to get into our municipal judge and say, we also need this. This is a summary abatement situation. Here's why, here's our facts, here's the risk. We need you to give us the power to remove all these hazardous chemicals and seek recompense from the state for this. But as part of the criminal investigation, we use it for the city to take control of the cleanup. So because law enforcement's just gonna take all the chemicals and leave all the detritus, right? The rest of the building still gotta get cleaned up with all the nonsense that goes into making methamphetamine. So the city then comes in on the backside and cleans up the rest of the crime scene after after law enforcement is done, in order to make sure that there's no hazards to other people who are living in close proximity.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I was asking, is there a list? Is there something, I mean, we don't have to have a list. We're talking about a very small number of things that could possibly be that.
Correct.
And now that I understand why that is. Okay, let's see. How does one a lot of these are about that, so okay. All right, we'll leave that one. Those are all about the same thing. Well, I don't know. I mean, the section 1623 says drug and illegal gambling houses, houses of prostitution, and other disorderly houses. I just would prefer that was a more general statement than starting out with drugs and prostitution and then having just at the end other disorderly houses. Just seems like the emphasis is wrong, and it would be better to have a more general statement. I don't understand. Would that be, is there some way we could change that to make it
Sure.
a more general statement?
That's
Okay. That would be good. Thank you.
Are you talking about general, about everything in 1623? All the definitions?
I'm talking about the actual title of 1623. Because under that, if you look at it, you think everything under it, when I did look at it, I thought, well, this is about drugs and prostitution, but this isn't. And then the next one is, and then 3 more are not. They're about other things. They're about,
Right, the title says, and other disorderly houses.
right.
So
And
that it's all encompassing.
It is. That I figured that out once I read that again and saw that other disorderly houses. What I'm saying is that, in Pine Lake at least, that should be the emphasis, other disorderly houses. That's what we're talking
So
about
what are you
in
saying?
general.
Could
Why
we
do we
say,
have a title that says
could we say
prostitution
like
and gambling?
disorderly houses including
Yeah, you could say that. but
drug and illegal gambling houses?
At a minimum, disorderly houses first, not prostitution and gambling first. If people read this, people don't read past about the first 4 words, so I'm good if we don't, but Chris said we could, so I would love it if we did.
I
Thank
think it
you.
would be fine to lead with disorderly houses instead of drugs and illegal.
That would be good. Okay. Let's see here. Wording on line 249. Let's see.
I gotta say, from my chair, I'm really enjoying the lines when I can find it on the screen. That's pretty great.
Me too, Ned. Okay, it's anyway, line 249, it's talking about, says nothing in this code section shall apply to the commercial cohabitation of any couple or group so long as the agreement to live together shall not be for the purpose of commercial enterprise or in the furtherance of crime defined. Why could they not live together, cohabitate for the purpose of a commercial enterprise? Shouldn't that be criminal enterprise?
So subsection N was added to try to address some of Councilmember Torrance' concerns after the first work session
Right.
on this ordinance. The reason I added commercial enterprise is because the commonality between all the crimes identified in 1661 through 16619 is the arguable commercial nature of the cohabitation. It's pandering, solicitation of prostitution. It's all those kinds of criminal activities related to arguments that those criminal statutes are designed to address. By saying commercial cohabitation, there's nothing that says it's illegal for people to be roommates, which I guess is a form of commercial cohabitation, but it is not the kind of cohabitation that is it's not what I would think of in the circumstances under which I drafted this language when trying to distinguish between those relationships we're not going to adjudicate as a disorderly house and relationships which we are going to adjudicate as a disorderly house. If you limited it to just commercial enterprises, I don't know that it reaches the same breadth of conduct that might be available for a disorderly house. If people live together for purposes of each of them are bringing part of the materials that are necessary to distill illegal whiskey. You know, one person's buying the corn, the other person's buying the sugar, and they're all going to operate the still out in the back of the yard together, and they're living there while they're operating the still. That's a cohabitation for purposes of a criminal enterprise that's arguably illegal, whether or not I may be talking myself back into your point of view, Mayor Tim, but the goal when I wrote it was to articulate something other than the usual roommate or familial relationship. And commercial enterprise was the language I hit upon that distinguished this from the kinds of relationships that Councilman Torrent was concerned that we were criminalizing.
Yeah, I just think then you open it up to say, somebody who is living together because and they, say in Pine Lake, they make natural face cream together and they sell it at festivals and so forth. I mean, in other words, they got together because of this commercial enterprise and it was more convenient for them to live together and do that. That would be a commercial enterprise that was not one that you couldn't have. Not very likely anybody's gonna go after them for it. I'm just saying,
I think it's a really good point. I think we should probably just change this to say it shall not be for the purpose in furtherance of a crime as defined by Georgia law in appellate courts. Just strike the commercial enterprise section.
I'd be fine with that. You good with that, Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, that was 249, 284. Oh, okay, I didn't hear much of the discussion previously and because I couldn't follow where we were, but why was, this is on line 284, why did we take out the serve, possess, or consume any alcoholic beverages within the park except pursuant to special permit issued by the city? Why
Because
did
I understood from the council that people like to have a bottle of wine or a drink in your parks, and to say that they can't do that would cause a revolution in the city government. So that might be my hyperbole at the end, but I understood pretty clearly from the five of you that taking away people's right to have a beer or a glass of wine in the parks was not going to go over well.
I strongly agree with that.
I, for one, love to take a bottle of wine down to watch the sunset on occasion,
good?
as do a number of
And-
other people in this
and-
city.
It's illegal everywhere, open containers in a park. That's not just our rule, is it?
It doesn't
Is
have
that,
to be our
am I
rule.
wrong?
Possession of an
Chief?
possession of
Open
an
container?
is per se illegal in an automobile. Whether it's illegal within the city's limits would require an examination of your code about whether that's been made illegal or not. There's not a state statute that says it is in the entire state illegal to walk down the street in your neighborhood with a can of beer in your hand.
And I think we have a rule that says no glass. So they're saying bottles of wine, there's already a rule that says no glass allowed on the beach or in the park. So Tom just has to put it in a cup.
I usually put it in
I mean,
one of those
okay.
corksicles that keeps it.
Here's what I would say. Everybody breaks those kind of rules, and we need to have that rule on the books, because if you've got somebody that
So how
is
do
a
I-
problem drinking,
How do I enforce that? Do I go around and sip at everybody's? It's one of the things where you can't control everything.
right, I don't think you can, but if you had a problem with a person who was drinking, that would be a way that you could deal with that. I mean,
They would be disorderly and there would be other factors to that opposed to just the fact that they had alcohol in a cup or whatever like that. It's just, that was just like the attorney said, that was just kind of like the general consensus of what the culture in Pine Lake is and what we actually do. I've never actually seen anybody with a bottle in at least about 10 years. But I know how you hold those red Solo cups when everybody's coming down there to see the strawberry moon we just now had, and so on and so forth. And that was like part of creating the standards. This is what we do in Pine Lake. We go down.
okay, well, all right, that's fine. Well, further down the line, I'm gonna bring up what we do in Pine Lake. We'll see if everybody agrees on that one. Okay, fine, that's fine. Okay. And here it is, right here. 290, which is tents, which Mr. Torrent also discussed, and animals, 295. Again, I do not see these as nuisances. A tent on the beach so that you don't get sunburned, I think that's okay, and I think a lot of people do that. Just like they bring wine to the lake, they enjoy doing that. That is a Pine Lake way to be. And the same with the animals, where a horse or a goat or whatever. We have people who have pets that are horses and goats or pigs or whatever. I don't know, but Pine Lake loves animals. If you bring an animal to the park, what's going to happen? Are we going to have, a herd of wild horses that are coming down here? It was a wonderful thing. When we had 4 horsemen came to Pine Lake, they were in front of my house when we still had the gazebo, just hung out at a table, and I got to go and see the horses, and it was very cool. This is very Pine Lake. So I think we should take those out. Those are not nuisances in Pine Lake, either one of them, and as far as I'm concerned.
I'm okay with the tents and canopies thing. If people take them down every day, that's fine. But there are people that leave these shelters up on the beach for days.
Well, I've never seen that, and if that is an occurrence, I think it should just be taken down and thrown away. I mean,
But if you don't have a rule that says that's a problem, you don't have the power to take it down and throw it away.
you've left litter on the beach. We do have a litter law. You can't leave your stuff on the beach.
Litter is typically understood and defined in state statute as small items of
Mhm.
refuse that are not disposed of properly.
Okay.
I don't want to, I'm really trying not to over-lawyer this, honest to goodness. I know it may sound like I'm talking out both sides of my mouth, but if you don't have the ability to say, this is illegal, we're not going to allow it to stand, and you identify what the problem is contextually and clearly, then law enforcement has no teeth or no ability to take action and to do something in response to it. A structure, tent, canopy, whatever, left behind for 2 or 3 or 4 days on the beach at the lake is not litter. It's a problem. It's something that ought not be there and be allowed to stand, but we have to codify it if we want that to be the rule.
How often have you seen that, Tom?
I saw it multiple times last summer.
Last summer.
Last summer.
I don't know about overnight, for days at a time, but we were talking about at our last council meeting that the tents are exclusionary, and people can set them up, and then that is their space, and then
So
they have
what?
some sense. And the poles of it are trip hazards. I didn't particularly agree, but if we decide that we want to take it out, that's for us to decide.
Okay.
Which I would be happy to hear that. My question about animals, it being unlawful to allow undomesticated animals into any, we allow a number of undomesticated animals in our park. That's the ducks and the geese. Like, those are all undomesticated, right?
Yeah, but nobody claims an ownership interest in it, so anything that this would apply to would be something like a duck or a goat or some other critter that someone claims some ownership in. Things that just wander naturally around in nature are not subject to someone controlling and being responsible for them coming onto city property. These ordinances are designed to address people who claim an ownership or some proprietary interest in those things and allowing them to roam freely into public spaces.
So if someone had, say, chickens
Chickens.
that they let wander onto the park, that would be an issue with this.
Yes.
I kind of like the chickens that go to the park. I think it's precious.
This is Pine Lake.
So again, like, this is the template that Mr. Balch has suggested, and if we decide that that's not the legislation that we're going to pass, then we can strike it. Is that correct, Mr. Balch?
Well, I think it would be good to decide it right now, because we want to make those changes for the voting next meeting. So, what I'm saying is, if you're worried about the horses and goats running around free, then in the animals section below that, just say all animals need to be tethered, which is a problem with your chickens. But
And cats.
what are they going to do? Nobody's bringing hordes of animals to the park and leaving them there. If they have an ownership interest in them, they're not going to just let them run around.
Well, that's not true. We're a dumping ground of strays.
People leave dogs.
We are a dumping ground for DeKalb County for strays.
Yes.
People literally throw them out of cars and drive off.
And so that should be, I think, worked into the language as opposed to no animals. Because
And most of those are not undomesticated animals, which is what this is.
I think we should strike 7, but we can talk about that amongst ourselves.
I think with number 7, the concept of bring, allow, or accompany is key to the language here. Bringing your goat to Pine Lake to cruise around our lake and our pathways, keeping in mind that this code is setting some kind of standard. I mean, you don't want to be the place where every person brings their undomesticated animal.
We're not. I don't think it's an issue. I don't see it becoming an issue. The issue that we have are people leaving dogs that they don't want anymore. That's the issue, and not chickens being allowed to be in the park.
To crap all over the park. Yeah.
How do we define undomesticated?
Undomesticated normally refers to creatures that are not normally kept or used by humans for some purpose. In other words, wild animals.
Thank you. Just wanted a clarification.
I'm not trying to be
No,
I'm not trying to be trite, it's not.
So-
this is all about definitions.
So had I wanted to bring Tony the tortoise across the street to the park, this would be illegal. This would make it illegal. It's an undomesticated animal.
You've domesticated him.
That would be the argument you could make in court, but under the
Absolutely.
code, under the code, that would be
You know-
technically illegal, yes.
People,
He's a free-range tortoise.
I mean, the only way I see this ever happening in Pine Lake is somebody who has an animal like Pam Parker, who walks her turtle, or somebody who does have a pot-bellied pig, or whatever the latest fad is, bringing it to the park and wanting people to look at it and enjoy it.
Yeah.
And people in Pine Lake would look at it and enjoy it. They would, they would want that ability to do that. It is not a nuisance. It's not a hazard. It's not, poop will just disintegrate. You don't have to worry. They're not going to keep it there for days and days.
I don't have a problem with the animals, Gene, really. I do agree that the dumping of unwanted pets is a big issue that we should address in the code in some way.
Mr. Balch,
Can
you
we
see
trade that?
a way to incorporate incorporate those two ideas of allowing animals but making it illegal to dump.
who do we hold accountable for illegal dumping of animals, though, council member, would be my question to you about the second one. Because if the owner of the creature is long gone, we have nobody to bring to justice for the illegal dumping. The only way you would ever find somebody who committed that violation was if a law enforcement officer happened to see them at the moment that they were dumping the critter on the side of the road and trying to elude the police officer.
Or a resident was there and took a picture that included a license plate.
Then you have to prove that that's who was driving the car.
Yeah, I mean,
So what I would be curious at is how do other cities and municipalities deal with the issue of dumped animals?
Bring them to Pine
they leave it to cabs for
Well,
animal control to figure
So
out.
I would be curious if that's something that is actually codified in any way by other municipalities, and if so, what is that code? Is that part of this type of ordinance, or is that a completely separate ordinance? But it's a pretty major issue for.
well, and I agree. I don't think you're going to catch, you might catch 1 out of 100 or 1,000, but other laws are made where you don't catch people if they, break into your house and then they're gone, they're gone. So, I think at least just having it there saying you can't do this is worthwhile.
Well, let's come back to that. I think we have 12 pages to go through.
Well, that's
And-
just on Gene's comments.
Right.
Right.
We haven't gotten to Councilwoman Woods' comments yet.
So what
She
was-
just asked real quick if big umbrellas count towards tents, canopies, temporary shelters.
It would be considered an other temporary shelter, in my judgment, that would be up to the, I think it would qualify as another temporary shelter because it's providing the same kind of protection from sun and the elements that those other things listed in the proposal would include. So my reading and my interpretation from an enforcement standpoint would be that it would include the umbrella situation you asked.
What about those small kind of pop-up, really low to the ground, things that moms used to put babies and young children in? I mean, I would hate to see that get taken away because we don't want a 10 by 10 foot canopy. I'd hate to stop a mother from
Sure.
keeping her baby out of the sun.
And again, from an interpretational guidance standpoint, looking at the way the list is written, it's talking about items that are larger for multiple occupants and for larger areas of coverage. So if you're talking about a single little tent area, or perhaps even one that some of the beach shelters I've seen recently, where there's some sort of shade covering over a blanket area to provide some sunscreen, those kinds of things. Those would not qualify as the larger multi-person kinds of structures that are identified in the other list to qualify as interpretive guidance for what other shelter structures would include. So,
Thank you.
Could we put a size on it? Could we just say no tents over 6 by 6 or over,
Anytime you put numbers on something, you create a place where people are going to start looking for the loopholes about how close can I get to that 6 by 6 without going over. So anytime you get, the more specific you get, the more things are going to squeeze out between your fingers. The answer to the question is posed is yes, you can do that, but there's reasons why I didn't.
right? Well, how about, can we just do like a show of hands, who would like to leave the tents in?
Leave it in the ordinance?
Huh? In the ordinance,
Leave
in the
what's
draft
the
ordinance.
way it's written?
I would like to leave it in, but have it codified that it can't be left on the beach.
Yeah.
You leave the beach, it goes with you.
Well, maybe we should have something for anything left on the beach. I mean, something, what about that, Chris? Any,
While Chris contemplates, I can tell you that you're tying my hands, because now you've got code enforcement, you've got public works, and you've got the beach monitor and somebody else that I forgot running around trying to make sure everybody picks up. I mean, you got, these things create a hazard for wildlife. There are even some articles about children being left in those, and it's the same situation as a hot car. And it's just, it's more that we have to try to monitor. And we've had all these pop-up storms. Like today, if they were down there with tents, they wouldn't put those tents down, they'd leave them. And then the tents would be inside the lake. And I've watched Raul and them try to fish out these tents as they become projectiles, you know, just because the wind came and took it up. It's not me with a tent, because, or you with a tent. I think that would be super cool. But if everybody one day brought a tent to the beach, and I've watched these tents over the last couple summers just get bigger and bigger. The first couple, I thought, oh, that's wonderful, that's nice. I'm gonna get me one of those tents, until it was more and more. Then I can't tell if they're over there smoking, or if they're over there eating, or it just became like a whole babysitting. And you don't want me interacting with people at the beach. That costs,
But-
you know. So it.
but you will have to enforce this. I mean, Augusta and I walked down, I know we're not supposed to, but, you know, somebody's putting a grill out. We were standing right there. We felt like we needed to tell them that, especially about a grill on the beach. We went over there and talked to them. Okay, we talked to them about the grill. They had a tent. We didn't have to talk to them about that, but they were smoking. We had to talk to them about that. What else did we talk to them about? It's just like so many things that you have to tell, you know, that people are not allowed to do, and, you know, it's got to be enforced. I mean, I don't care if you say it's a problem, then I believe you, and we can leave it in as far as I'm concerned. But
I think umbrellas should be exceptions to that, though. Does it not make sense to just have a big beach umbrella? Like, we can create that lenience, can't we? Just
well,
put it into,
you know, I mean, it's the same thing. There's all, you know, exceptions. It's unclear, and, you know, how many beach rules can we put on a sign? You know, you can have umbrellas, but you can't have tents. I mean, it needs to be, I don't know. I think it needs to be in or out myself, but I'm okay without, if everybody else wants to go without.
I've heard one of each so far. I've not heard anybody else give me direction as to whether this is in or out.
Okay, everybody that wants it in.
I'd keep it in.
Councilman Goldberg, are you agnostic on the question, or?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, I see both sides of it. But then I'm also trying to take into account the idea of adding additional burden of enforcement. And within that, is there discretion within enforcement, which is what I'm hearing, is, so we drive by and there's one tent, one canopy up there. Oh, that's cool. There's 20, that's not cool. Yeah. So to me, it's like either we're consistent or we're not. It's one way or the other. Either we allow them or we don't. Because there's going to be people that say, well, last week I was here and there, you let one be there.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think it's important that there be some leniency in terms of protection for people who have young children and babies. And I'm not sure if we codify that or if that's just part of the discretion.
I think more than just children need sunshade.
A lot of people have conditions that they can't have a lot of sun. And it's not good for anybody.
Chief, what would your
Get cancer.
preference be?
I always have a theory that the rules are not for me and you, the rules are for everybody. So while I love the idea of having these semi-shelters, I think about the grand impact that it will have overall. And I watch things in 20 years go from when we kept it just real simple, it's not an all-day thing, you know, when we kept it simple opposed to trying to factor in all these different nuances and then the enforcement behind it. So at the end of the day, we'll enforce whatever you guys put on the books. I kind of lean toward Chris's recommendation because he's the one that will have to adjudicate when we get tangled up in these messes. But I just think we have to think long-term. But I guess maybe we could switch it up once we become tent city and people start sleeping here overnight in their little shelters, and then we could decide not to do it anymore. Give it a try.
Couldn't we put something, I'm going back to the overnight thing. Nothing can be left in the park, in anywhere overnight. If you don't pick it up and put it in the trash, nobody's going to say you're not enforcing it, you just didn't throw it away. But if you have that on the books, if people leave stuff there, well, of course you can't find them after they left it. Same with littering, they leave all their trash and you don't know they're leaving until they leave, and then you can't get them. So,
But then at least
don't
the
know.
tent doesn't stay overnight and they don't come back and use it again. If we say anything left on the beach, in the park, overnight, becomes city property or it becomes trash or however we want to say that, I think we could do that.
But that means Public Works has to remove it.
well, but don't we want it removed? I mean,
Or don't we
All
want
of
it,
the-
or
all
don't
of-
we want it left in the first place?
well, no, we
Or
don't.
don't we
but-
not, or we just don't allow them at all?
I mean, we can't enforce it if they're not there. The only way we can is to take it out. All of these things, everything in here has a huge impact on Public Works, on city administration, on the police.
I agree that it does, and when we had the first reading through this, I mean, my initial thought is, yeah, I love those shelters. I like sitting under them and so forth. But I also recognize from the first reading the problems that they pose, the dangers that they pose, and so forth. And my thought kind of leans towards keeping this as written in the document.
My challenge with the overnight limitation is that we would not have the authority without an adjudication by a judge to summarily destroy the personal property. We would have to create a place to store things, give people a certain period of time to reclaim their property, and then we could destroy it perhaps with notice at that point.
Abandoned
to-
property is their property?
Just because they left it behind doesn't mean it's abandoned and doesn't mean it's not still theirs. Particularly if somebody doesn't know that there's a no overnight rule and they leave it saying they're coming back the next day and they come back and their tent's gone. Right? So
So the simple solution is they're not allowed.
I don't want to default to simple solutions because nothing in this code is particularly simple. It is all a process of nuance and
Right.
choice. So the challenge that we all face is the risk-benefit analysis that I go on about ad nauseum oftentimes and have done in this discussion more times than I care to remember to count. So The reason the recommendation is made as it's made is because if you have a flat rule that says don't, then that means code enforcement, law enforcement, city staff can say, sorry, we don't allow those on our beach.
Yeah.
If you have a situation where there's exceptions for certain
Right.
kinds of structures, there's exceptions for certain kinds of installations.
So let me change the word from simple to no gray area.
Yes, no gray area is a fair statement. I would agree.
So to me, there's not a wiggle room. It's either we let them or we don't let them.
And from an interpretive standpoint, umbrellas would be considered a temporary shelter. These little, small child sunshade kinds of things would not be, because temporary shelter, in the context of the language used within this section, talks about larger structures that are for more than one person. If you've got something that is just simply for one person, that would not be included in the interpretive guidance.
So an umbrella that attached to a chair.
Would also not be included because it's
Personal.
single person use.
Okay.
But you're saying that an umbrella would be?
An umbrella, the distinction I understood in Councilman Torrance's original question, it was referring to a large beach umbrella. Something that more than one person could take shade under and seek protection from the sun. If I misunderstood that, please tell me. But it would be different than some of these small beach chairs that have a little screw attachment where the shade sits just for the personal use of the individual sitting in the chair. Because that chair and that umbrella are connected to each other in one item, as opposed to a large beach umbrella that you plant like Columbus planting a flag and claim the territory under it as your own.
Well, I just wouldn't consider a beach umbrella as a temporary shelter, but, I mean, it only shelters you from sun and rain. But I think we should just leave it as it is and outlaw it. I mean, it's clear.
Mhm.
All right.
Okay, let's do that then.
Subsection 7 that we've talked about with the animals, what's my direction from the council?
I would say cut it.
I say cut it.
All right, that's 3, that's all I need. Sorry, I don't want to discount
No.
Councilwoman Woods or Councilman Ramsey. But if I get 3 votes, I'm not gonna fight over the 2 of y'all, sorry.
All right.
There is a leash ordinance generally in your code. However, people treat parks differently. And the reason that the rules in the park, for the park are here is specifically because my experience is that when people go to a park or go to the beach area or go to any other public space, they automatically think that that's someplace they can let their critter run free. And they get very upset with people like me who said, you can't do that. Well, where's that written? Well, there's a leash ordinance in the city. Look, I live 2 blocks from Grant Park. People treat Grant Park like it's a giant open-air dog park. And I am a dog Nazi when it comes to that park, because I've seen too many kids get mauled by dogs that are ordinarily fine, but they get running around with a pack, they get overexcited, and somebody decides that looks tasty.
Can we
Well-
specify dogs instead of saying pets? Because when we're talking about pets, we're talking about cats, we're talking about chickens, we're talking about tortoises.
I wrote it broadly on purpose because I didn't want to get into the semantics of what had to be a leash or not. I think if you have a domestic animal that is a pet in the area that you claim ownership of, you're responsible for what that critter does and where it goes. And if you don't have a mechanism in the code that requires that behavior of citizens, you will turn your parks and beach into a petting zoo, not a park and open space or beach space for the community. That may be just my own bias showing. I've litigated and tried too many dog bite cases in my career not to not trust dogs. And it doesn't matter if it's a Chihuahua, those little things bite worse than anything, or if it's a, you know, a Rottweiler. I actually trust a Rottweiler and a Doberman Pinscher to be more decent as far as their interaction with others than little yappy dogs. It's the reason why vets call terriers terrorists.
So what is, not just in parks, what is the leash law then for dogs?
Leash law, anytime that your critter is off your own property, it must be on a leash no longer than 6 feet.
So it could be running around an unfenced yard, and as long as it stays on that, your property, that yard, it's okay.
According to your codes, 1463 is the code section, but yes, that's correct.
Which is
So
not,
the moment they cross off the yard and into the public street, they're breaking that
Yes, sir.
ordinance.
And that has two consequences. Not only are you in violation of the ordinance, but by having violated the leash ordinance of the city, your dog is thereby deemed to be a dangerous animal, regardless of whether they've ever bitten someone or not.
Interesting.
where does that come from?
State law.
State law.
Yes, ma'am.
If they are off the leash,
If you're off leash and your dog or critter is not on your property, they are automatically deemed dangerous regardless of breed, regardless of predisposition, regardless of whether they've ever bitten someone in the past.
I still think we
that's interesting.
should make it dogs. Is that within our legal capability to just say
You can
dogs?
write it as dogs. I think writing it more broadly is more appropriate, but you, like I said at the beginning, the final say, this is your ordinance, not mine. So whatever changes you all direct is what I'll do.
Yeah, I think our leash law is pets, and we had a big discussion at that, at one point, I can't remember exactly how, about the cats, and bottom line, we left it open so that, because basically people don't walk their cats, and if they're out by themselves, and
Are they then at large?
They
yes, they are. I mean, legally, they are, and legally, you could be, cited or whatever, well, whatever we do around here, I don't know.
I mean, I would be inclined to leave it as pets.
Yeah, I'm okay with pets, but I actually I had two comments that I thought should change it. Well, one, the language, it says, all pets must be on leash at all times while in a park green space. And I'm suggesting that we take that out because they should be on leash all times. And by putting that in there, I mean, maybe this is just about the parks and green space, but by putting that in there, it makes them,
But the leash law says
Question
if they're on
about-
their own property, they don't need to be on a leash.
Would
So
this
that would that would
preempt our existing leash law,
but I think we can
Chris?
just leave it off
So,
while in a
Okay, so this
park
would
green
not
space.
preempt our existing leash law.
I don't think
um,
so.
So our existing leash law would stand, but this would be in addition to it relative to the parks and green space.
Which is what
Well,
this
it's
ordinance
already,
is.
it's
addressing.
already, the leash law applies to the parks and green space already.
It applies to the city, this just doubles down on that, I guess.
And
So which way are you saying? Leave it in or?
Leave it in.
1462, if I can just interrupt briefly, 1462 and 1463, which are the leash law ordinances for the city, are all written in terms of animals. They're not written for species specific. So they apply to dogs, cats, minnows, whatever.
Turtles.
All have to be on a leash. So if you change this just to be dogs,
Need to be consistent.
that may create a conflict between your existing ordinance and this particular ordinance. I haven't done the analysis completely to be able to say that to legal certainty, but there is that possibility. If you leave it as pets, all you're doing is restating as applied to green space. Here's the thing. People see park and they think dog park, regardless of whether you've designated it as a dog park or not. So if you don't remove the misapprehension that a park becomes a dog park because I have my dog and I'm in the park, then people are gonna let their critters run loose. That's just a function of human nature. And, just from my own personal experience, the last time I had someone arrested for assault was in the debate over this rule. Whether or not idiot decided he won't take a swing at me. You know, I was wearing a Marine Corps t-shirt and, you know, back before my hair grew out, and he thought that, you know, this old son of a gun is not gonna tell me what to do. And I'm like, you know what? You get to go to jail today. So, not because I arrested him, but because when he took a swing at me, I put him on the ground and we called 911 and the police came and got him. But I'm not here to talk about that incident. What I'm here to say is if we don't double down here, people will say a park is by nature a dog park, regardless of its designation or delineation.
So when we have an ordinance like this, that there's an all-encompassing leash law ordinance that covers this, do we need to, or would it be prudent to refer to that in this ordinance? Because this is specific to parks, but where there's some room for maybe a misunderstanding, is it prudent to just add another sentence saying, and this doesn't supersede the leash ordinance in effect? This is in addition to.
Yes, that would be prudent, and that's a reasonable suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. So we've solved that one.
I just-
Is everybody-
I just don't know how we're going to enforce cats being on a leash.
We're not.
I think we're being silent.
Okay.
There- I mean-
subject to.
I mean, instead of changing it so that,
Let's just leave it at pets. I mean, it's,
It's
that-
consistent with the leash law. By just
from a
using that same
policy standpoint, that
verbiage.
doesn't make any sense to me. Making a law that we intend to ignore? When we
we've
could
been
just
doing that
change
all
the
night.
words to make it what we're going to enforce, but let's move along then.
I've never had a cat that I've owned in my life that I took to a park. Maybe folk around here are different than me, I suspect, but
You haven't
the
figured that
long
out.
and short of it is, if people are letting their cats run loose in the park, if they cause a problem, the first conversation the chief and her troops are gonna have is, you need to know that your cat can't run around loose. And then if they continue to do that, and the cat some kid wants to say, oh, I wanna pet the kitty, and the kitty takes a swipe at the kid and opens their hand, the pet owners need to understand that that is gonna subject them to strict liability for that injury to that child.
And the chickens?
Chickens are the same way.
I don't like the idea of telling our residents that their chickens can't walk over to the park every day.
it's just one resident.
Well, I mean, the chickens are illegal to begin with. We don't allow chickens within 250 feet of the nearest resident, and we're already doing that. We went through a whole big thing on chickens not too long ago, and we basically said, this is too hard, we're not gonna do it. And so we left it the way it is. But that's true of all animals. Flocks and herds, no. But undomesticated animals on your property can't be within 250 feet. You know, there's not very many places in Pine Lake you could have a situation like that.
It's only a handful of lots that could do that here.
Yeah, and I think we should change that to reflect
Well-
what the reality is and what we want it to
I-
be. But we've spent
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
know.
time
Well,
on this.
I mentioned in here that, that probably should be one of these nuisances, but, we could go on forever.
So bottom line is, this is a step,
Yeah.
and there's gonna be, in our lifetime and beyond, many more steps to continue to refine and adjust our ordinances.
I think the point here, just Thomas, is that let's say a few neighbors had problems with these chickens. If we did what you're asking and changed this to dogs instead of pets, or took out undomesticated, animals, those neighbors would have no recourse to abate that issue.
Well, actually, they would, because they're illegal. He can't keep them there. He can't keep them in his house, so they would, actually, in that case. But, I mean, we can't solve all the problems in one bill or one, I mean, we're already having enough trouble with the problems
Yeah.
we're trying to solve.
I'd like
as
to
it
move
is.
on to Article 5.
Talk about fishing.
The multifamily rental.
Sure, let's do that. So I saw your thing, and so for my first question is, in terms of these inspections, it seemed to be tied here to the fact that that person has a business in Pine Lake, and that we collect an occupancy tax from them, and we associate this inspection that they're required to do with that occupancy tax. So my question is, can we require that inspection from any landlord who has property in Pine Lake? What is our authority to require that inspection?
Our authority to require the inspection for multifamily is written into state law. And it's delegated to us by the catch-all provisions of the charter, which says we have the ability, any other abilities found in general law, any other authority found in general law. So that's where the city's authority to require these inspections comes from. The practical aspect of this is that it is unlikely that the DeKalb Fire Marshal is conducting the annual inspections that are required under the life safety code of every multifamily residential building in DeKalb County. There's too many of them and the staff is too small. So what this does is provide the city an opportunity for, within its limited resources, to require either the landlord to produce an inspection report saying everything's fine, that the inspector then has to sign off on. And their liability, the inspector's liability is that whether or not that's a truthful statement or not. And, but if the property owner or landlord does not conduct that inspection and provide us that report, then the building inspector has the ability and authority to go in and conduct that inspection to make sure that places are being maintained appropriately and safely for human habitation.
Chris, is it possible, to me, the language, and Jean pointed this out, the language in 1699A, occupational tax, is kind of confusing in the sense that it kind of leads the reader to believe that the property owner needs to maintain an office in the city to be able to be required to compile an inspection and compliance certificate and so forth. I think I would like to see if we can that operational tax piece separated from the inspection, code compliance, and written record and authority to audit sections, so that it's clear that we have the right to have inspections done on a regular basis. I know in some cases, I guess this requires 50% of the units in a multifamily dwelling to be inspected each year. So not all of them have to be inspected
Correct.
every year. Other cities have, 25%, so that, every 4 years a property is getting brought up to whatever code may be.
Right.
And that's changeable, whether we decide that 50% is a reasonable number or 25% is a reasonable number. But in the baseline year where we adopt this, are we going to require everyone to get their units inspected?
From a.
So that we're starting out with a clean slate.
Yeah, I understand the question, and it's a completely valid one. I think my response to it is going to be, to impose 100% inspection on multifamily owners in the first year is an onerous burden. I think if you are inclined to change the 50% annual to 25% or something less than 50, then the first year needs to be at least half. But to do 100%, I think that's going to be challenging for some of these landlords to accomplish in a way that doesn't increase rents to a place where they're unaffordable for the people currently living there. So I would, from a business perspective, not necessarily a legal one, I would suggest that might be a bridge too far. But it's certainly worth considering as far as how quickly does the city want to get to 100% inspection. The reason we recommended 50 is because that gets you full inspection after 2 years. And most of the properties that I'm aware of in the city are not huge. So we're not talking about that onerous a burden generally, but if there's redevelopment along Rockbridge in the city, or there's other places that possibly would get redone with multifamily, we would want those property owners to understand what they're walking into when they undertake that effort. So the policy choices are yours. Our
Okay.
recommendation is this for the reasons I've stated.
I would be okay with 50% for the first 2 years so that we get the baseline covered. But at that point, I think going to 25% of the units per year is far more reasonable and less onerous on the owners. But I really do think we need to separate out the language on occupational tax in particular from the rest of 1699.
Can I ask a question? Because I didn't get into a whole lot of detail about what the inspection entails, but, so, you mentioned fire marshal inspection. Is that what we're talking about, is a fire marshal inspection? Or are we,
These are building official inspections only. This is
okay, okay, so, we have inspections, and they don't pass the inspection, or the inspection report says something that should be fixed.
Mhm.
What do we do? How do we respond to that?
That is, from a code enforcement perspective, if the building official determines that there's something that needs to be addressed, they will provide that list of those repairs that need to be made to the property owner and a time period by which they have to be performed. At the end of that time period, the building official will go back, re-inspect. If the same problems exist, then that property owner will say, look, you had 30 days, why isn't all this done? Well, here are my excuses. The building official then has to make a credibility decision with respect to that property owner, whether they are actually trying to comply but can't, or whether they're trying to avoid compliance. And if they make that decision, they believe that they're avoiding compliance, then the building inspector and I can have a conversation about whether we need to move to the next step of compliance encouragement, that is issuance of a notice of violation. That would give them another 30 days to fix it. If they don't comply within that 30 days, then we issue a citation to municipal court and hold their hearing at the next available court date for that particular matter.
It's outlined in 1623, 16-23.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't need to know a whole lot more than that. I just, I think when you do this, you do 50% of it, and you're going to have a whole lot of things that are wrong. You're going to have to deal with those things. And that's a question I have through all of this is, by doing this, it compels us to deal with it. we see it, we got to deal with it. And if we don't deal with it, for one, we have to deal with people equally. So, we need to deal with, you can't just have one landlord that gets cited. You got to have everybody. So I would like to ask you, Mr. Hawthorne, how would this be administered, and what would it take to administer a program like this? One, to ensure that you get these inspections, 50% and 50%, and then, or first to find the landlords, I guess, is the first thing, to get the inspections, and then I guess it goes to code enforcement to put out all these citations, or say, not citations, whatever, letters telling them that they didn't pass or whatever. One, do we need more code enforcement to do something like that? Two, do we need more administrative staff to administer a program like this? Because once we start this, we're in it, and we do not have a lot of extra space in our staff's day to do a lot of things. So that's my question. And is there not an alternative to doing it this way? And I have an alternative, but let's find out what you would say about that.
So first, let me say, I've been purposely quiet, but what you all have demonstrated this evening from an outside observer is policy deliberations at its finest. You're taking a job seriously. When I recommended going back to the spring retreat, and just to remind you that it was the first opportunity that your city attorney and city manager, current incumbents, had been a part of this discussion. And this isn't to criticize, but going back to when this particular issue focused on code enforcement, at least was put in a report, came from your retreat that you held last October. And from October to September, or to March, the end of March, it sat quiet for understandable reasons, in the middle of transition, but maybe even without transition, without people who hear the council, the people who work for you to move things ahead. It doesn't necessarily move at the pace that some want it to move. And I'm going to get to your question, but I've been quiet all, and I've got a lot to say, but I'm not going to belabor the discussion that's going on. And the city attorney, your current city attorney, heard you at the end of March, so literally a couple months ago, and you put a timetable projection of continuing this discussion for June. And your Speedy Gonzalez attorney had it by May. In fact, we preempted some other things. So I say that to say that I think you've got a good team in place to hear you and move things ahead. So maybe impatience that has rightfully been earned from the past, for whatever reason, I don't think you have that issue currently. And I started to talk to individual ones of you who this was, a top priority, and the like of doing something more meaningful in code enforcement within my first few days. And I heard you. The message was loud and clear. Doesn't mean that I was coming back to you and reporting. One of the things that I did within my first few weeks of being here was to talk to subject matter experts, including people that I had worked with in the past, and kind of painted the picture as I was learning from you. And it kind of cemented in my mind that at the point that we were able and ready to either revise what you currently have on the books with regard to public nuisances, or to recreate it, as in effect we're going through now because of the insufficiency of what we've got, was that we would need, and this is now getting to answering your question, that I would want to, from an executing standpoint, to bring in the appropriate experts. Now, and this isn't to take away from the police chief and the role that she's played without resources for code enforcement. And it should be said that there is a difference in my mind, and I believe as is practiced in most places, there's a difference in law enforcement, which is her primary responsibility along with her team, and code enforcement. And so as you look at a chapter such as this, I put it in the box of code enforcement. I don't think you expect, and I certainly don't expect, and I don't think the police chief intends to take this chapter and all this in it that they're then going to be patrolling, because that's law enforcement. And there's a difference in code enforcement. And I will tell you that code enforcement does rest in some police departments. My experience is when it has gone to police, it hasn't stayed for any of a number of reasons. Sometimes the expertise simply isn't there. And I would say that's a debatable point here, not because of lack of will, but probably because of lack of resources. From an organizational standpoint, I'm not convinced that that's where, as we get serious about code enforcement, particularly as you implement a chapter such as this, that it should remain there. In fact, this particular section that we're talking about, multifamily dwellings and inspections, it is so beyond my scope of thinking that even if we brought in a code enforcement officer full-time being paid, that person is going to be who's enforcing this. Reference to a building official, as an example. And one of the things that I pointed out to you as we talked during the retreat, and I summarized it in my update, is we are missing the holistic. We're focused on code enforcement now, but we are missing the mechanisms of overall community development. And in most organizational structures, local government, code enforcement is a component of such a department or division. Now back to your question. I've gotten as far, back when I was talking to the subject matter expert, for whatever we ended up with after revising our code enforcement chapter or recreating it, was that we would need to take the policy that you determine, that you know and I know that it's time to move it ahead. But the important step is going to be, in my opinion, to bring in that subject matter expert, and I'm probably talking about a specialist, a consultant. In fact, I told you during budget that I wanted to put in a placeholder of $50,000. In my mind, that is for the balance of this year, whenever this is approved, that we need to bring in that consultant. And now that we've got some teeth in the policy, how do we proceed? And I think that's going to require an assessment that then is going to come back to you in the preparation of the next budget, your fiscal year 2026 budget, to tell you what the price tag is. So if there's any expectation, and I don't have any problem with putting the policy in place, but if the expectation is unrealistic, that now that we have it, we're ready to implement it, hear from your city manager right now, it's not going to happen. This is a big issue, talking about whether it's 25%, 50%, or 100% inspections. You're talking about almost from this section along. How is the structure going to expand to be able to start to move this ahead? So to answer your question, summarize, after you approve the policy, it's going to require an assessment of how do we go about moving this ahead, recognizing that it's probably going to have to be fragmented. And I'm going to come back to you and say, this is the holistic costs, here are the fragments. Now, based on our limited resources, what are your priorities in moving ahead? And you're going to have to make that determination in your next budget.
Thank you.
I have a question for the city manager. Would you expect that while this learning process and building process is taking place, that some of the most egregious and visible things that need to be taken care of could be addressed, whereas right now we don't have a policy that has any teeth to it to address them, but once this new policy's in place, at least those few things that really need attention quickly, we could spend a little time on?
Absolutely. And let me give this example. When I was shown some of the pictures in the community of structures that all you've got to do is look at the picture and know that it's an endangerment. And then when I heard the part, and it's been this way for years, many years, and the community building team and I were having kind of this joint discussion based on some of those examples in Pine Lake, which, to be honest with you, to this day I'm flabbergasted by it. And I found myself irritated. Staff here can vouch for what I'm about to say. But I found myself very irritated with contractual staff. And in a point of the discussion, our contracted building official gave an answer which was no more than, I don't have time to get out this week, but I'll come out next week. Well, what was going on in my mind is, where have you been for the past several years? And I really pressed him, and I wanted direct communication with him of, what is your recommendation as the chief building official? What should happen to these particular properties? We're talking about one or two in particular. And he came back with an answer that effectively it should be torn down. Now, he used different, more technical language, but that was the bottom line. And that was when I got the realization of, and what the city attorney has been saying to you, and the police chief has been saying, that for as obvious as that is, we didn't have the teeth to move to the next step. And so I had to backtrack. I couldn't stay on the course of, it's time, this was going on in my mind, so don't take this the wrong way. I want to get rid of these people who haven't been doing their jobs in my mind until I realize that they haven't had the tools. Now, should they have been beating the drums? You know, that's debatable. Some of you didn't even know some of them, such as the planning manager and the building official. I don't think he made it to the open house when I was first here that you were a part of. So I recognized at that point that we've all got to take responsibility, and it really does start at the policy level. But yes, this is a lot to bite off. My professional position is it's time to start. I debate whether to say this final part. I think your last meeting came down to an issue of pace. And for those who wanted to be a bit more slow and thorough, whether that was a few more weeks or a few more months, that's where I saw some division among this current governing body. I don't think that you all are really disagreed on the need to move ahead with something, but it's the pace of it, and I understand both sides. But regardless of if you approve the second reading at your next meeting, or you choose to respect, unless you get through it at 1 or 2, a.m. tomorrow, we are going to advance this. You're going to have to determine the pace. Is it in 2 weeks, or is it in another couple of months? Once it is approved, I caution you to be patient with what it's going to take to start to advance it. But to answer your question again, summarize, Councilmember Ramsey, absolutely. I think we will be able to take those things that are most egregious in concert with our current partners who now have something that they can, the teeth, let's go back to, yes, to move stuff ahead. But comprehensively, we're talking about years before we can move this ahead, if the funding is there, and the funding will probably have to come, in parts.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to say something about that, and thank you for your comments. And in this section, there are at least two, in this ordinance, are at least two potential high dollar item things. One is developing this inspection program or whatever and following up on it. The other one, which I think is what you're referring to, that there's something that is absolutely needs to be done now, which I think someone said it should be torn down, whatever, I don't know. But remember that going through that process and legal fees, administrative fees, all of the things that it's going to take for that to happen, is going to cost a lot of money, and we're not going to get that back anytime soon. I mean, yes, there's a possibility of a lien, but, you know, anyway, all I'm saying is we have so many priorities, so many things, and I'm not going to be making these decisions because they're going to be made next, you know, in the future. But I'm telling you that we are very unclear about our financial position. We do not know, as a council, as anybody right now, anything more than the end of 2023. We don't know how we came out for 2024, whether we overspent and went into surplus. We don't know, because we have not had the financial assistance that we needed. And for a lot of reasons, but I just would say, whatever the decisions that we're making, I think we have to just remember that we are spending a whole lot more money now than we had been in the past, and I don't think we have it in the revenue in our budget to cover it. So that's one of the reasons why I keep trying to slow things down or trying to get us to look at that.
I don't disagree with you on your financial concerns in any way, shape, or form, but I don't think that that should inhibit us from putting an enforceable code in place as quickly as we possibly can.
And that's one of the questions, Chris, I was trying to get at is, what does this require of us? In several of these places, 5 people coming to us, we have to do something. That's what either the building inspector or our building official or 5 residents. What do we have to do? We just have to say, I mean, is there some way we can put it in here that we are not required to do anything? We do, if someone comes to us, 5 people come to us, we decide what we're going to do, and because to me, it clearly says we have to do something. We have to initiate some kind of investigation. We have to, you know, do something. So I'm just trying to keep us from being encumbered by things that are gonna cost us money, and that we made rules ourselves that say we have to spend that money. So we don't know we have it. And so I would like, I'd like to see, in general, some council, for example, if we got to a point where we said we're going to tear down a building, that we are council is the one who has the power of the purse. That's going to be a big deal, and we're going to have to, you know, wait on it. I think council should have some say in whether that moves forward or not, that we actually do that. And, you know, I mean, there are a lot of, I don't know. I mean, I'm very concerned that we're going to run through our surplus and get to a point where we can't afford to have the staff we have now, let alone additional staff. So, anyway, that's one of my concerns. I don't have any problem with passing this in some way, but I want to pass it carefully. And I would like to have more time. I think there are a lot of things that are in here that,
I think there are public safety issues in the city right now that need to be addressed as quickly as possible, including the 2 buildings that the city manager mentioned.
I'm sorry. Say that again. What do you? Are
I'm
you saying
saying-
therefore we have to
I'm
we have
saying-
to vote on this
I'm-
next week?
No,
that
I'm
what
not
you're
saying we
saying?
have to vote on it next week, but I don't think we should wait 3 months. There are public safety issues in this city that need our attention.
That have been here for many, many years.
That doesn't mean they shouldn't be addressed.
It doesn't mean they have to be addressed in 2 months. They haven't been addressed. I mean, we're in the process. The process is the process. And doing the process
The process,
shoddily is not an answer to making,
I would hardly call this shoddily.
well,
So I just want to make a point of reference. The Mayor Hall is not here, so Mayor Pro Tem, you're supposed to be facilitating this meeting, but it doesn't really feel like you're facilitating it. It's really your meeting.
I am a council member in this meeting as well. I'm just conducting this meeting. I'm a voting member of this meeting. So, just so, I didn't ask to be the facilitator of the meeting. I just,
That's
I
your-
have
that's-
issues.
That's your role as Mayor Pro Tem, though.
Let me try to answer the questions that I got asked, and at least keep us marginally on track, if I may. Nothing in this code imposes a duty on the city to do a thing.
okay,
Everything is written as permissive in the discretion of the city or the public officer to whom the delegation of authority is given to make decisions that are within the budget constraints and the policy constraints of the ordinance. So there's no duty imposed by the ordinance itself. There is no duty under law in Georgia that requires a city to take affirmative steps to protect the life, safety, or health, or welfare of any individual person or family.
I know.
So there is no basis upon which anyone can claim that just because they brought a problem to us means we must somehow take action. That's just blatantly untrue. We started this conversation 6 weeks ago with a discussion that the noise ordinance is unenforceable as written because it requires the purchase of specialized equipment in order to conduct the noise ordinance investigation. That's just a fact. But a noise ordinance, the absence of a noise ordinance creates at least the idea from a budgetary standpoint that this council has decided that that's something they want to consider, and then it's up to the city manager, bless his heart, to figure out how to pay for it within the constraints of the budget y'all pass. He and I each have our lane, and we work really hard to stay in our lane. And his comments about the quality of this discussion and the quality of every discussion we've had on this ordinance since I brought it to your attention in a work session 2 months ago has been stellar. I have no complaints about your questions to me, your challenges to me, or any of the other conversations we've had on this, because your due diligence in understanding what the ordinance does is part of what you signed on for as an elected official. And I have nothing but praise for this council and how you have done and conducted your business in this regard. All I can do is offer my training and my experience in this area to offer you the best advice I know how. Whether it's wise or not is for someone else to say. That's not my place. Your choice is to take the information you have available, take the feedback you get from your constituents, and then vote in a representative capacity for what you believe is the right thing for Pine Lake. That's it. But the mechanism by which you have done that and the mechanism by which you've performed your duties, I am honored to be here and to be your leader in the face of that conversation and that diligence. Because every one of you, including Mayor Hall, have been deeply and conscientiously involved in these conversations and interested in trying to get to what you feel is the right answer. I have no complaints about any of that. And if anything about how I have answered any of you or how I've responded or my unavailability for circumstances mostly out of my control the last week communicated anything other than that, I apologize to you because that has never been my intent. There are lots of challenges in this ordinance. I don't dispute that. There is a gracious plenty to get done in this ordinance. There were enormous gaps in your code that allowed you to take action on concerns that this council, as the city manager reminded you, in March, told me you wanted to discuss this month. Now, whether I did it out of Speedy Gonzalez or because I knew what my litigation schedule was gonna look like this month and next month is beyond the point. I got it to you when it was ready. And whether it's ready for final vote in 2 weeks, again, is your choice. It's not my place to say what what choices you ought to make or not make. It is solely in your discretion and solely in your judgment as an elected official to make those calls.
I think that we have a lot of discussion to do, and not every email needs to be CC'd to the attorney and our city manager and everyone taking all their time. We can have discussions, just us, to figure out, like, to answer these questions amongst ourselves, and then have something more solid and limited in what we want to put to our city manager. If we're talking about spending too much money, which we are. Every email that Mr. Balch reads is paid. We are paying him to do that. So I would like to remind council that we do have our own little email group that we can talk amongst ourselves. And I think we should use that. And so that we can come to Mr. Balch with these 5 things that we have questions about. Because there are many questions in here that I feel like we could have answered amongst ourselves that we don't need outside help with. There are things that we absolutely don't know what we're doing, and we can ask him that. But there's things that we need to talk about, and we need to figure out ourselves. And I think we should do that. Is 2 weeks enough time?
Well, I would simply remind the council, in light of that suggestion from your colleague, that anything you put on that independent chat that does not include me and is not for the purpose of seeking or receiving legal advice will be subject to disclosure upon appropriate Open Records Act requests. So be aware that those are going to be public statements people can come and get at some later date if they choose to. So just be mindful of that as you make those exchanges. I know these are all from the conversation we have faced in here tonight and other times. These are all important issues to all 5 of you. I would just make sure that you stay aware that those conversations, if you do not include me, are going to be subject to disclosure under the Open Records Act. They do not constitute a meeting. The ordinance, the statute was changed in 2004 when Sam Owens took office as Attorney General. The statute was changed to exclude emails from Open Meetings Act violations. Before that, a email chain amongst a quorum of the council could be considered in the legal meeting. So we don't have an Open Meetings Act issue with the discussion offline, but you do have the risk that those conversations and communications would be subject to the Open Records Act.
And I'm not afraid of that. I understand your caution, and I appreciate that. But also, I don't think that should we shouldn't be afraid of our discussions being read by anyone.
So if I understand, is it then if we include you in it, the email chain, it's not subject to open records?
Arguably, if the conversations include me, then it's part of the discussion like we're having here tonight about what ought to be in and what ought to be out, or why is something in as opposed to not in. And that is, those communications would then be in exchange for the purpose of giving and receiving legal advice. As a matter of course, I don't believe that, generally speaking, in a forum like this one, that I am giving you legal advice directly by explaining my drafting rationale or what the interpretive guidance would be, because I'm asking a question to help to facilitate policy decisions. The email exchanges that you're talking about what do we want in, what do we agree on, what do we disagree on, those are more narrowly defined in my mind as I stand here this evening, because they would be more appropriately described as do we want to make this choice, and what is the legal ramifications of not making this choice? And that's a different conversation between lawyer and client than it is our conversations tonight about generally, what does this mean and why did you include this in the draft that you prepared? One's factual, one's legal.
Thank you.
So I just want to say that I'm really not willing to do that. I'm not willing to do this discussion on an email string. If you remember when we did the short-term rentals, we had 1 million emails out there. There was stuff in all kinds, down in the string somewhere. I mean, it was so confusing that, as you remember, I created a list of what people were saying, where they were at, as much as we could, to try to organize it. I'm sorry, it does not work for me to do this conversation on email. And I don't have time in the next 2 weeks. We have Juneteenth coming up, and I put it off because I had to do this because y'all wanted to have that vote. So if you're willing to stay and discuss it, then I'd like to do that. But or if you're willing to put this vote off so that we can discuss it in another work session, I'm willing to do that. But
I'm willing to stay and discuss it.
okay. Anybody else? Is anybody objecting to that? I think we can do that.
But within that,
Do we have
at
any more
at the
water?
next meeting, we could also decide we could vote on it now, or we could continue the conversations. Is that correct?
You would have to go back and redo your first read if you don't vote in June. So it would put off the
So that would go back
vote.
We put it off
Well,
2
months.
months.
If you decide to put off the vote, you could then declare as part of that motion to table that the June council meeting constitutes the first read, and then we have the work session in July and the regular meeting
1
in
month.
July, and would fulfill the requirements of the charter. So it doesn't kick it 2 months, but you could potentially kick it a month, or however long the 5 of you decide you want to kick it.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Could
Or
we
we
allow?
could go ahead with a second read.
Yes, sir. That's
In 2
absolutely a
weeks.
choice as well.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If we're going to stay and talk, can we, I don't know, at least let Mr. Kendrick go? Who needs to stay, I guess is my question.
I mean, you need me, you've got to have the city clerk, the chief's got to be here for security, the city manager's got to be here. I'm not sure what the public works director has on the agenda. I didn't pay that much attention to that part of the agenda. I
Well,
just
let
knew
me-
I was going to be up here for a couple of
Well,
hours
let me-
at least.
Let me answer. I haven't put any requirements of staff, but the staff that you see here, they choose to usually stay until the end. I was hoping, and we could certainly do an abbreviated portion, but when we get to the strategic performance report, there's a specific oral component of that I want to do, and I was going to ask Mr. Kendrick in particular to give an update not only on the progress of capital projects that are going on, but maybe some that he's contemplating now that you've approved the CIP, bringing those forward in a meeting or two. So I'm not trying to say that he can't leave, but that was the original plan. Now, I will also say, and I haven't made you all fully aware of my current living circumstance and what I'm doing to make it manageable, because I do have a home in Florida, and so I've had to make some decisions. Normally I would tell you I would have negotiated, except for this being Pine Lake and limited resources, some of those expenses. So I say that and we can have a more protracted conversation because I do have my one-year agreement that is coming up in a few months. I have to get checked into the hotel. I remember reading something that if I'm not checked in by midnight, that something happens. So I need to reread that. So if you're planning to go to 1 or 2 in the morning, your city manager may not be able to stick around because they've got to have a place to stay.
Can we pause this, do your assessment, and have Mr. Kendrick speak on things and come back to this? Is that?
Let me ask you something. What would it take to have a special called meeting at a different time that we could discuss this?
That's also an
Between,
option. That's also an option, yes.
Well, you also have a special, well, you've got a public hearing coming up next week, that if you wanted to expand that up to another work session, you could certainly do that as well.
anybody?
I'm not opposed to that.
I won't be in town all next week, so I won't be able to make that meeting.
Let me ask.
Can I ask if, I've already spoken to the issues and concerns that I had in this document, and they were mainly with 16-99. Do any other of us, other than Councilwoman Bordeaux, have a list of issues?
I just had two small questions, and that was already, one of them was already answered on how some of this was going to be paid for and how we were going to, if we were gonna have to take on more staff to be able to do it, and that was answered. So that was one of my questions that have already been taken care of. And I haven't had a chance to go through all of this, because I've been sick
Right.
for a couple of weeks, so I'm just kind of catching
If,
up.
if I look at the balance of your questions and comments here, a lot of them are structural in terms of, why isn't this a bulleted list instead of numbered
Yeah,
items
some
in a
of them
paragraph?
are. Yeah,
I mean,
some of
it's
them are.
perfunctory stuff. It's
Right.
not meat and potatoes, most of it. I honestly don't think it would take a whole lot longer to go through this, Gene.
Yeah, I think we could. I mean,
I don't think it's a 1 o'clock in the morning thing.
I'm just
Okay.
impressed you used the word perfunctory.
It's my nickel word of the day.
okay. How about a show of hands? Who wants to stay and do it tonight?
We can get it over with, as long as we get bathroom break.
Okay, I think that's the answer. We can stay. And if somebody decides they're just too tired, we'll just go home.
Can we have
At any time, you can make a motion to adjourn, I believe.
I'd like to make a motion that we take a 10-minute bathroom break.
I do think that would be a good idea. Okay.
I'll second it.
We're not voting, we're just raising our hands.
Just take a break.
need to vote to take a break.
Yeah, you have to, for a recess, yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't require.
Recess, yeah.
Thank you, Thomas.
can't meet at another time, so I just wanted to clear this up, right?
It's still patently illegal, right? It's which one? The ordinance that's in there actually does something I don't think we're allowed to do, but.
That's the way I was reading it, based on the answers you gave me to.
Yeah, I mean,
You know.
I left it in there,
That's what that was my question, is 7 days?
I left it in there from the prior place that was passed.
I'm like,
It's unreasonable
But-
just to put your trash out. If you miss the wrong
I would be more
wrong
comfortable
day,
if
you
that
can't
raised
get
no
it
fishing
out.
for bridges, because that would, it beats ADA access rather than what's already there. I think
The only other thing I'm seeing, and I'm curious about,
it's the same one
an
on the line.
environmental question is,
I said, that was last today, the same Monday line with the 7 days in there. I'm like, 7 days, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah, it's the same thing, 7 days in there. So we were on the same track as that. Yeah. I was like, I said the same one.
short answer is maybe. I mean,
they're really like the berm is 5 foot above
Yeah.
the lake level, and they're walking, they're bushwhacking, for lack of a better word, down to the lake level to fish. So they're walking down a pretty steep embankment. That's gonna create damage
Yep.
to the berm.
I hear you. That one I need to think about more. I can't give you an off the cuff answer on that one, sorry.
Yeah, that was my sole curiosity right now.
Hey, by the way, the stream started working about 10 minutes into the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard that.
All good. There's a bunch of comments about the podium mic, though.
About the
From one
what?
person.
Really don't. I burned the fuck out of it. I picked up a pan that had been on a 400-degree oven and like picked it up off the stove, was gonna start to carry it across the kitchen before I realized it was still at 400 degrees.
Did you fill it with water?
Yeah.
Can we grab yours?
Yeah, you got water?
There's a water fountain?
Yeah, I tried to.
Oh, okay.
Back there.
5 hours in every bit reinforced the fact that it's really stupid.
Well, a couple weeks ago, I had one right here where it, touched the oven rack, you
So
know,
is it all the
Yeah.
across here and here,
The-
it's all blistered up.
humidity and moisture in the air that's
There's
exasperating
a
your?
new.
I caught a head cold that turned into a sinus infection
It's called
and
Medi Honey,
moved down into the
honey,
respiratory
and
area.
it is a,
So it just kept going further and further.
honey has
So it's
natural
been like 14 days now.
components
I'm still on
by itself, but it's
big giant
reinforced
antibiotics and I'm
and,
still just coming off
also
of
there's
steroids
a,
and I'm on a nebulizer
anticoagulant in it
every
that makes
6
the honey run
hours.
That's really serious.
And then that, yeah, I
not
really
as
think
thick
how.
as
And a
real honey,
nebulizer.
but it is just
He
the
said-
You already had asthma.
the
Uh-huh,
miracle
yeah,
sauce.
so that's what's making it
you-
bad.
It's amazing for wound care, they use it in
Yeah,
hospitals.
so I'm fighting.
My sister's got that kind of issue,
prevent
and
bed
it's
sores.
like, anytime she gets it just compounds.
Yeah.
Oh, and I find that with the amount of rain we've had, when you have like the mushrooms and the mold and the mildew, that doesn't help either.
Right, it's making it prolonged.
There's other spores in the air.
Issues, yeah, so.
Hmm.
I'm coughing so much, you know, laryngitis, so now there's another issue.
Well, get better.
I just need to move to Arizona for about a month.
Yeah, I'm filling up.
Till the rainy season is over.
Dwight, we need to go to Vegas, baby.
Yeah.
during the winter I get like a seasonal asthma. I find, what are those, Jolly Ranchers help me with, I call it a tickle cough, where it's like my throat is so dry from the heat that the Jolly Rancher kind of liquid coats my throat and really help. Yeah, that would be good. Because it's not like I'm coughing because it hurts. It's a tickle. And it's almost like a reflex. Well, as long as you don't start getting cold wheezy. That's not a good thing.
I'd like to make a motion that we return
Okay, I think
from.
break is over. Break is over. So let's, as the next item of business, let Mr. Hawthorne take the podium and with the issues that he had brought up, or that he wants to cover with us.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'll be brief, but then I would like to give Mr. Kendrick an opportunity to come up and give you an update or two. So at your last work session, as I've stated to you in the current strategic performance report, unfortunately, we provided some incorrect information, and for the purpose of brevity and for the benefit of the public that may be reading or will see the streaming later, I want to read what I think is the most important part of the correction that I sent to you in the latest SPR. Last month, inaccurate information was printed and shared on a subtopic of calculating property taxes as applicable to the City of Pine Lake property tax owners. While the inaccurate information was later retracted and corrected, I believe the aired information influenced unfairly the discourse and deliberations of the City Council, as the body subsequently took up a related topic of a proposed resolution to establish a tiered property tax relief program for senior citizens based on income levels by Councilmember Ramsey. The original subtopic, namely the report that was authored by the finance director, used an example of a home with a fair market value of $294,834, an assessed value of $117,933.60, stated that it would result in total annual property taxes for that owner of $2,288.91, with the City of Pine Lake receiving 10% of the total, or $228.09. An obvious error in retrospect. Using that same example as corrected and without consideration for property tax relief through homestead and senior exemptions offered by DeKalb County, it would actually result in total annual property taxes for that owner of $6,617.96, with the City of Pine Lake receiving 34.57% of the total, or $2,287.91. So for the record, I think we've published this twice at this point, and again, my apologies. Mr. Kendrick?
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. Oh, well, thank you. Quickly, we had our surplus equipment sale. We had 9 items go on Gov Deals. Right now, we're at approximately $19,579.25 was collected. They went pretty good. Still got one item that's on the website for bid. I think that closed today, and we have one item left to be picked up. And a gentleman told me he'll be here Friday morning to pick that up. So the tree trimming, as you know, Georgia Power and their contractor are still in town. They right across from Mayor Pro Tem home in the park, they had a large pine tree that had been struck by lightning, and they went ahead and took that down for us for free, and we got someone to haul that away. We had a tree near City Hall that was undermining the building and the little barricade outside. They took that down for us for free, so working really well with those guys. I really appreciate that. The LMIG program, we have a bid out right now for 13 city streets for resurfacing. As I brought to you last month, we're going to be, as a matter of fact, I got a meeting tomorrow morning, very early, with the street sweepers, so that we can determine what curbs we're going to bump prior to them sweeping the streets. Anticipation of we're bringing that July bid back to you guys for approval in the July meeting, so that we can start paving in August. So it'll be maybe a combination of those 13 streets. Asphalt prices going, crazy, in labor prices. So we'll see where that leads us. We started in earnest with some of the ADA facility improvements. If you've been down by the beach house, we've got that ramp in now. The ramp is in at the tennis court. Right there, you see that strip in front. That's going to be aided by the paving. So don't get discouraged how that really looks right now. It's going to really transition very well with the paving. Going to the western wetlands, we've put that what they call granite sand down, and we've got to smooth that out to have a better transition. With the rains are just killing us, not only in this project, but the Oak Road project. They finally poured some concrete today. So we've had some issues over there, but the rain is just not cooperated with us. But we're making things happen. Contractors will be back with trying to address the working out a plan. That boardwalk is not ADA compliant in its current state, so there's some additional issues that we're going to have to do. We're trying not to tear out the whole thing. We're going to salvage part of it, but we're trying to incorporate that in. If you know the side steps, they come off the beach house. We're trying to do something there so that we can have a smoother transition there, incorporate the boardwalk. That'll get us as a little bit further out into the lake. The roofing projects are all complete. Every roof except the beach house has been done, and turned out very well. Everything. What was the last one? That's the Oak Road project. That's the channel drain that we're installing. That'll be the main focus to take some of that surface water runoff off of that street that goes into those properties. It's going to run right up past Mr. Gordon's home, yes, and the street will be resurfaced, and those cutouts will be repaired and everything. The ditches will be cleaned out, so it'll look a lot better once we get down to it. And we're going to be bringing back to you in July. We're going to replace the generator. We did notice that we have some tariff impacts on these generators, so we're looking into not just Generac, but Kohler and some other ones to see if there might be some differences on it, but they tend to, same products, kind of follow the same lines and everything. I know you guys, we were out doing a walk, and we ran we saw this one turtle, and and immediately we started looking around because we was like, it can't just be one.
Is that a domesticated turtle?
I don't know. Well, that kind of fits into what we was talking about earlier. Does he need a leash or not or something? Thank you. All right, what also the city manager wanted me to address, 462 Clubhouse, Courthouse Annex, Court Services Annex, still debating on that. Gonna have our soft opening right before the meeting, on the 24th. We hope to be fully operational by the 30th and have, the Public Works, office and the Court Services, fully operational out of that building.
Looks like you had some blue paint left over.
No. I don't know where that came from. That's a stock photo. She picked.
Okay.
She picked this nice.
I thought that was the fireplace in your office.
The hardwood floors.
But I purposely, I didn't want to use any of the current pictures over there because I wanted y'all to walk in and, see it, that type. Some of you might already snuck in and take a look, but anyway. One of the things that we want to continue on this theme of renovating our facilities. So you're going to be seeing, we did put this in our 6-year CIP about, freshening up the facilities like Clubhouse, Public Works needs some work. We, figured out a way to kind of use some of that leftover SPLOST funds that in SPLOST 1 to get some things done over there. And then, of course, all of this ties into our space management that we currently, are finding, doing things to kind of create more space for not only, services and personnel, but also, things we're delivering on. We're going to propose renovating the firehouse to create space for the pantry and for the chief needs her own storage, secure storage for her records. So we're finding, where this wouldn't work, initial proposal to expand this old building, that won't work in its current state. So we're gonna shift those funds to do this. I think it'll work out a whole lot better. There might be some cost savings in that, even though that would be considered quote unquote kind of new construction versus renovation. But it's a tie-in. But like I said, once you guys read what we're planning on doing, I'm hoping that you guys give it a thumbs up. We're also working on bringing back the master plan for green space and recreation, so that you guys once again have a debate on policy about things residents want to see as far as recreation. I'll just go ahead and let the cat out of the bag here. There might be some additional opportunities working with the church over here for some of their facilities to kind of, make some positive impacts for residents and doing those things. So that'll be folded inside of that master plan for the recreation. We also, working with our new consultant, as we taking a step back, looking at those, the wetlands and the dam, we figured, and I think ever since I've been here, one of the things was that the scope of work on that dam itself was a little, too excessive. So we're looking at it, and one of the things we think we need to do is fall back and do a more targeted dam inspection. Okay, spend a little money doing a real Georgia Safe Dams type inspection would probably yield better results in finding what we actually need to do as far as repair and maintenance of the dam versus just, going out and, doing something very larger. I've always, when I looked at it, and the conversations that I did have with the former engineers, realized that maybe, what was proposed might not have been but I'm not a dam expert. And we're gonna bring somebody in that is a dam expert to take a look, that we might, that project might not be as expansive as need be, and we could save some money on it and put together a program where the dam is a maintenance program to, where it's actually certified in that sense. One of the things, and I guess you probably noticed, I know you guys get out and walk a lot, that tree that's over the creek. The reason why it's still there is because we had to back up and err on the side of caution about the weight limit of the dam. The size of the equipment that initially it was a crane that they wanted to put on the dam to remove that tree was well over 9,000 pounds. And with the weight of the actual tree as it coming off, we couldn't get a handle on who would want to be responsible for that. So we backed off of it, put a 2,000-pound piece of equipment there, and took off as much of we could. And we could address that once we, once again, do the dam inspection and make sure. And I think what we'll end up doing is have to access to get that tree out through the creek. So we'll kind of had to, it is not, it might be what they call an attractive nuisance, but we really don't have any access to it. So I think we're okay with that being, left as that. And that would also entail doing the dam inspection is coming back and do a mowing of the face of the dam. Not goats. We don't have time to wait on goats for this. We're gonna go ahead and get a proposal to mow it down to 2 feet to have be able accessible to the experts by foot, because that's how they're gonna have to examine it, and go ahead and get that inspection done and bring it back to you guys once again to make a decision on how we move forward with whatever we determine would be in the best interest of making sure the dam is safe and everything. Quickly, lake levels are up, E. coli is down, swimming season is up. We had plenty of people out swimming and enjoying the beach and the swim area. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
Just to reiterate, the tree that is down on the creek doesn't pose any kind of danger.
No.
And it's just an attractive nuisance.
That's it.
Fantastic, 'cause I had questions about that. The lake levels are up. It's been raining a lot. I know that when you first started, you had talked about needing to find someone with a confined space license or something to get in to check like the water flow out.
We did pop the top. Some of the outflows are flowing. And actually, this morning we had where a beaver or something built a dam on one of those structures, and so we had to cut a little channel in. Water did go down a little bit, but once again, I think some of those. This was in the western. When that the level is up there, I think that does a lot for the health of the wetlands in that area. And so when we just breached where that outfall is at, I checked it right before we came in here. Lake levels are still, the wetlands level is still holding pretty steady in there, and I don't see a real issue with it. We'll put that on our list. The outfall itself was not blocked inside. It was just just where little animals, maybe turtles or whoever, push things up, but it's fine.
And so is there any way to reduce the outflow of water from the lake to keep more in? Is that messing with the environment too much? I just feel like there's been a lot of rain.
Well, one of the things you got to remember too, that Lake Shore Drive on the western side is really a spillway. Okay, so that's designed that if the lake does overflow, it'll just flow out that way versus where it's going out through those outlets. So I really hadn't been concerned about that. We've been more concerned about putting more water in the lake, and then secondarily, with the E. coli levels, because it's swim season. So we want more water to stay in the lake, and especially if it's swimmable. So really haven't focused on that yet. but also, you know, we're doing things, since we've hired experts at this point, we're kind of running things through them to make sure, you know, that we're not, you know, adversely affecting anything. So I haven't heard anything from, you know, her name is Malvika, you know, let's turn more water out, or those types of things. It's been more of like, let's just leave it as it is, you know, continue doing what we're doing. We did do our FOIA request with the Corps, and so we haven't heard back with them. We did get a dedicated representative, but we haven't heard back from them either. So we're just, you know, steady doing things in the background when it comes to that, but also just patiently waiting on information from the Corps.
All right, thank you. I think it's fantastic that you're doing something with the firehouse. I think I've talked to you a number of times, like, we need to do something. And
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
just-
it turns out, it seems like, you know, the more we started thinking about it, you know, it's like, this is no brainer. Then, of course, when I took the chief over there, she was like, yeah, she'll beat me up if we didn't do it.
Okay, thank you. That's
One, congratulations. Wow. I mean, this is a lot of stuff.
Thank you.
Given
Yes.
some of the challenges and obstacles. So great job to you and your team. Three questions or comments. One is with the firehouse. I love that. It'd be so cool to find a historical picture of the actual truck that used to be there years and years and years ago, and put that somewhere, sort of as a display. I don't know who might have that from.
I think there might be one on the website. on the
Or Gallisteni,
historical thing.
maybe?
Huh?
Gallisteni,
Yeah, definitely, she would do. But
if anybody.
I got a lot of her pictures in the,
I mean, that would just be a cool
I know I've
thing.
seen one, but where it is
With the clearing of the outflow at the very back end, I'm glad that has happened, because I know when that's been blocked, it overflows, and then when DeKalb comes down to check the sewers down there, they do serious road damage because it's so flooded. I would love to see a way to get them so that there used to be a swinging bench there. If they go behind that versus in front of it, because then they don't run over all the cypress knees and the edge of the wetlands there. So I think there's a small tree that sort of is right there, but if there's any way to direct them or block so they're not coming right on the banks of the wetlands and damaging that.
What we hope to do is, when, you know, part of that ADA program is continue with that gravel sand, and right there, there's a little small dip that goes up to that area. Kind of fill that in, and that will keep it from them from eroding that out, and it also be like a clear path that they can stay on.
That would be great. Last thing, the tennis pickleball courts, any news
I
on
was
that?
waiting to hear back we're doing it in phases. First phase, of course, we did the ramp. Second phase, we're waiting on the fence company, because once again, we, you know, got some issues with supplies. So they were supposed to hear back from them today about when they were gonna start, because the fence needs to go in, and then the surface will go in also. So we kind of backed the schedule up a little bit. I maybe inadvertently got Mr. Calvin excited about a July 4th pickleball tournament, so.
Well, again, congratulations. This is
Thank you.
really great.
I've got one quick question, and it's not related to anything that you put up here already. It's related to one of the new bridges on the western side, not the one, well, let's say the one on the far side of the beach. There are a couple of trees that are literally right on top of the bridge, and already their small canopies are coming over the railings. Just a quick question of, you know, did we not take them down for a reason?
Well, I just didn't want to go crazy with trees and everything, but kind of reevaluating some of these things. You know, I think we can get to those. I don't want to.
Oh, you can get to them. I mean, I could
Well,
if I wanted.
What I'm saying, like, put them on the schedule, get to 'em.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to, deroot anything, but, the overhangs, we're looking at that. That's one of the things, like, when I developed this tree canopy management thing,
Mm-hmm.
putting those on the list, and those, some of the things we could do in-house, some of the things that, we just have to have larger contractors to do. But it's essentially with this rain lately,
Yeah.
we're down to half days doing things. So
I understand.
we have to get in and do what we can do, and then kind of manage it through there. We might get a couple, 2 or 3 things cut back, and then all of a sudden here comes the rain, and that's it for the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was just a question for me.
Yes.
I was walking across it the other day, and it was just like, these branches are already on the railings, and
I'll
just
see.
that we should take a look at it.
We'll see if we can get to those tomorrow also.
And
or sometime.
I like the no fishing signs on the railings too.
Mhm.
Did you hear that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Just one other thing on the bridges, and I don't know, maybe you've said something about this before, but the railings kind of rattle
yeah.
and stuff. I mean, is that something we can fix, or is that just how they're made, or
We're
I want to
gonna-
assure people they're not going to fall in if they lean on it.
They're not gonna fall in. We'll addressing them at, we make contact with the manufacturer, and he's working up a solution for us. It's not something that hasn't happened before, so we'll make sure we get that taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, and appreciate it.
We like hearing from you.
I got an early morning to meet some people in the morning, so I appreciate you.
Good night.
Thank you. Wow. A lot. Amazing. Okay, recommencing with our list. So we kind of jumped ahead a little bit to get to Article 5, so there's a couple things I want to go back to. Back on pets, which is line 297. I was really actually looking at, and maybe these are separate lines, but pets are not allowed in the lake or on the beach. That was one that was in the in our old code, and even if they're on a leash, people still will. I mean, I still think it would make sense to make it clear that they're not supposed to be in the lake or on the beach. And I don't think that's included. And then pet owners are required to bag pet waste and dispose of it properly. Any objection to putting that in the list?
No.
Got that one, Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Now, on fishing, the requirement, you say fishing is unlawful unless these various things, the monofilament and various things, that came from Department of Natural Resources?
No, ma'am, that was a previous version of this code that was insisted on by the council in that particular jurisdiction, because they wanted to address some concerns by citizens. And I don't think it's enforceable, to be honest. And I told that council that when they passed it, but they wanted it in anyway, so there it was.
Okay.
And when I redid this for y'all, I didn't pay close enough attention, if I can just be honest about my own error, and pull that out and actually have it comply, have the suggestion that I made to this council actually comply with what I think the statute requires.
So, never mind about the fishing license thing, 'cause I thought those were, anyway, never mind.
Could I ask a question about fishing?
Hmm?
Could I ask a question about fishing?
Yes, absolutely.
So, from my understanding, is we can't do anything in regards to fishing in the lake, but can we do anything about, because it does say fishing in the stream, river, creek, is that something we are able to manage or not manage?
No, sir. As I said in the email I sent to the council earlier, over the weekend, the federal government claims jurisdiction over all either currently or formerly navigable waters. And navigable waters is identified in the statute as being traversed by a canoe. So there's not any water that I can think of off the top of my head in the state of Georgia that is not technically navigable and therefore under the jurisdiction of the U.S., which makes it the jurisdiction of the state under the 2713. And what I think we can do based on conversations we've had in here on previous occasions is that we can restrict fishing from the bridge because of ADA access. So I think that is something we can do and probably ought to be addressed, but the streams, regardless of how you call the body of water, there is not authority of the city to regulate taking fish or doing the act of fishing by the city.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I had questions on that as well, because from what I understand, it is not that clear what that means, navigable waters. And I would like to, in maybe the same way that you handled fishing here, do it because we want you to, include not fishing in the swimming area, because who's going to come and get us, and what are they going to do? All they're going to do is say, you can't restrict it. And I don't think anybody's going to do that. And I do not want to see fishermen sitting on, or standing on the beach and casting into the swimming area. I think people accept that limitation easily, and I think we should keep it in. I think we should, act like it's legal. I think there's a good chance it is legal, but even if it isn't, I think that's important enough to Pine Lake that we should include it.
So I asked you this at the break, Chris. One of the things I've been seeing is people fishing, they're going down from the inner berm and go down to the lake level and fish inside the berm. And years ago, it used to be no fishing inside the berm. We consider the whole swimming area everything inside the berm.
Right.
And so one is, as I mentioned to me, that's an erosion control issue, because they're going to damage, because that's a 5-6 foot steep bank they're walking down, and because the water levels are low, I've seen a lot of people doing that and fishing from there. So from an environmental and a safety perspective, I'm concerned about that. And then also if they're fishing and casting into closer to the swimming area, to me that's also a public safety issue.
So that's at least 2, maybe 3 questions. Let me try to take them in pieces. No, it's fine. I'm just trying to define the scope of what I got to respond to and keep it clear in my own head. That's not an indictment. Sorry if it sounded like one. So you can create a rule that says traversing down the sides of the berm is not allowed, that it constitutes a trespass on city property. So you can create a rule that says the berm is off limits for people walking on, except in any designated area across the top of the berm. So that's a rule you can make. Which would mean people, if they wanted to, could cast from the top of the berm, but then they'd have to get the fish up whatever the distance is, 6 or 7 feet up in the air. So that's the answer to the berm question. The answer to the control question is, well, let me go back a step. The answer, my response to the statement made by the Mayor Pro Tem is that if we had someone who was charged with a violation of fishing from an area that we said, or in a manner that we said wasn't allowed to be, and that went to court, and they were then, because the judge paid attention to what the statute said and said, no, that's not enforceable, these minutes would be evidence that the city knew it was not enforceable at the time that it was that it was enacted, and therefore having charged the person would constitute a malicious prosecution by the city of that individual, because we were trying to enforce an ordinance that was not in fact lawful. So the what's anybody gonna do to us argument is not persuasive to me, because I've been around law enforcement officers too long, and law enforcement officers can do really stupid things on occasion. Not that chief's troops would do that, but if we had a part-timer who was on board for something, I don't know the part-timers as well, so I can't speak to their competence or the quality of their training. But I worry about having ordinances on the books that we know are non-enforceable. And when it came time for me to sign the ordinance that it was approved as the form, as all of your ordinances require me to do, I wouldn't sign that one because I didn't believe it was legal. That's my professional choice. It's not something that it ought to impact your policy choices, but that's just, I'm owning where I come from in this debate. And I'm sorry, I've talked myself around in circles so far, Councilman Goldberg. I forgot the other two parts of what you asked me.
The idea of walking down a very steep bank to access.
He answered that.
Did
Yeah, that one is, you can make it a trespass to walk
Okay.
in other than designated areas of the berm.
those were my only questions.
Okay, sorry.
How
But
about the
that-
fishing license? Can we require the fishing license?
The state already does. For you to do it is redundant. So the state already requires people who fish to have a license and to fish in season for the species that they're trying to catch. I think it's unnecessary, frankly, but if you wanted to include it, I've got no heartburn over including it.
I think just as a reminder, in case people are not, on the Department of Natural Resources site and just think that they should be allowed to fish everywhere without a license, I think it's just a good reminder that by state law, you must have a fishing license. I don't think I would like to see that in there.
Me too.
I concur.
All right, if I understand my instructions with respect to number 11 for 1636, we're going to remove the language as it's currently proposed. We're going to say any fishing in and around the waters of Pine Lake require a state-issued license. No fishing is allowed from bridges because it would impede ADA access to those facilities. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Chris, could you, regarding fishing, can you explain to me or tell me what the purpose or why this statement, I guess this is 27, 5H, I don't know. In the Georgia code, it says, provided, however, that a local government shall not be prohibited from exercising its management rights over real property owned or leased by it for purposes of prohibiting hunting, fishing, and trapping. Now, I know there's a dispute over whether that real property, which at one time we did have a deed to, or we still do, but apparently now belongs to the federal government. But I'm not saying that this is illegal and we want to do it anyway. I'm saying that there is questions about, and very prominent questions about what constitutes navigable waters. I don't think that's clear law. So can we not? I'm sorry. I just do not want to see fishing in this swimming area. That's just it makes absolutely no sense.
Could
We can't.
Could this, commenting on what you just read there, I think which is great news, possibly. Is it within our jurisdiction to declare the non-water part of our park as protected lands owned by the city, as described in what Jean just read? For the purposes of hunting and fishing.
Yeah, I don't think so as it applies to fishing. And the reason for that is that the city's ownership rights end at the highest point of rested vegetation. That's a legal term that refers to permanent vegetation that exists along the edge of a waterway. It's how you define where the setbacks for building codes are, what the state owns as far as its setback, the first 15 feet from the side of a stream, and then most cities have at least 2 additional 25-foot setbacks beyond what the state claims in the first 25 feet. It's measured from that point of rested vegetation. So the water part is everything inside that point of rested vegetation. And if we don't have the authority to regulate fishing in property or in the streams of the state, it's hard for me to understand how we can regulate that on property we own when we don't own the water. And that was what I tried to articulate in the email that I sent to the council over the weekend. There is I have colleagues who spend their entire careers litigating clean water cases and litigating these questions about what is navigable and what is not. The only time the Supreme Court has answered affirmatively what is not navigable waters of the United States is with these transient wetlands that occur in some farmers' fields, particularly in the Midwest, where there's a low point, it becomes a downpour, there's water in it, birds flock there, there's sometimes fish or amphibians that'll show up in it, and the EPA from 2 administrations ago was trying to regulate those so that there would be protected areas for those wildlife on their
Those definitions change with every administration almost.
the enforcement indication of what it means change, yes, sir. But the only time the Supreme Court has weighed in on it is to say that these transient pools of water are not navigable waters. So everything else, as I understand the law from talking to friends of mine who work in this area exclusively, is considered navigable waters and it belong within the exclusive jurisdiction of the United States. That's the reason why we have to go get a Corps of Engineers permit to do any work around the lake. It's why we have to have a Corps of Engineers permit and an EPD permit for purposes of discharging stormwater into lakes and rivers, both within and outside of Pine Lake. All of those things taken together define for me that the lake itself is not Pine Lake dirt. Not like the lake bed, not the water in it, no part of it belongs to the city as far as its jurisdiction to govern or to regulate. Those regulations come from jurisdictions superior to us in the chain of command. So we are precluded, as I read the statute, even with the language that the Mayor Pro Tem offered, to say, from saying we have the ability to regulate fishing in something we don't have the power to regulate and own. And That's the line that I'm drawing for the council in my interpretation of what the statute allows and doesn't allow. That it is only those things that we own. For instance, we can say there's no hunting in our
So would you
parks.
consider the top of the inner berm by the fishing area to be within those state buffers?
The top of the berm, no, sir.
So we could, in essence, say, no fishing from the top of the berm, no fishing in this part of the park. If we chose.
If there were places that were,
Clearly not fishable.
yeah, functionally, yeah, as far as I understand the topography, yes, that's correct. But you could, I suppose, determine those areas of the park that were not easily accessible for fishing purposes and say there's no fishing from those purposes, but I don't know why you would do that.
Perhaps to kind of indirectly refer them to what we would call preferred fishing areas. I'm trying to thread a needle, okay?
I know you are, and I'm trying to be, I'm trying to work through all the permutations that are going through my head about whether what you're trying to do is good or not, or can be accomplished or not. So it's not one of those situations where I'm ignoring you or I don't think you're onto something. It's I'm not confident that you're onto something and I can't say you're wrong yet. Is that fair?
No. I'm just thinking that maybe you won't get there.
I might not, to be honest.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if it's a gray area enough for you at this moment, I think it's a pathway that might be there for us to consider to limit the scope of fishing from that inner berm. Or that beach, because there's no vegetation at the beach.
The distinction I would draw between those two is that the water line for the beach is more readily accessible for purposes of fishing than the top of the berm is. So what you're doing in essence is you've got an area with a berm that is remote enough from the water surface that it's impractical to fish from there. And it makes sense that that you can say, you can't walk down the face of the berm because that's our dirt and we don't want you to create erosion issues. And we don't want you trying to cast a line from the top of the berm because that's our dirt. We have the ability to regulate dirt that is clearly ours.
Mm-hmm.
Those two things I think are distinguishable from the beach situation because you can walk easily, and it's the purpose of a beach, easily from dry land on the beach to wet bottom land on the beach.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Chris, I don't really assume that someone would walk up on a swimming beach and start casting their line here in Pine Lake. But I think being able to exclude that inner berm is a big deal for keeping fishing out of the fishing area.
I'm just going to throw this out real quick. This has not to do with the fishing, but I'm looking up at the Army Corps of Engineers general definition of navigable waters of the United States are those waters that are subject to the ebb and flow of the tide and or presently used or have been used in the past or may be susceptible for use to transport interstate or foreign commerce. I have no idea how Snapfinger Creek would qualify as any of those definitions.
Well, because once upon a time, people would get furs and other produce from the forest, put them on their canoe and go down from Snap Creek Rafik ultimately to the Chattahoochee and then Chattahoochee down to the Gulf. So it is completely possible that both in interstate and international commerce, there would be things that would come out of those waters and traverse all the way to places where they could be sold or transported otherwise. So I fully understand your consternation over the old definition, but we have to look at what was considered navigable waters at the creation of the Republic, which is 1789 when the Constitution was ratified. And in 1789, people were still hunting and trapping in this part of the world and running their stuff down to collection points for sale, just like they had done for the previous 300 years of the occupation of this part of the North American continent. So navigable waters in the past goes back 250 years.
Chris, I'm gonna try again. What's in there now about fishing is limiting fishing. You're willing to make that statement.
No, I wrote something I was told to write.
Okay,
And
if we
objected
tell
to-
you to write it, then can't you write it?
Just recognize I will not sign the ordinance when it comes time for me to sign it.
Well,
as
are you
approved.
gonna sign the ordinance with this in it that has about monofilament line and fishing?
No, ma'am, because I already told you I was going to take it out that was included in there incorrectly. I've already acknowledged the mistake of having included it in the first instance. And that's why I repeated back to the council when they changed what they wanted and said no fishing from the bridges and a license is required, but we're going to remove the language as currently proposed. I said that several minutes ago.
And now we've agreed that we can also exclude the inner berm.
I think I can get my head around the inner berm, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm good.
Not as a matter of the code, but when we're putting our posted rules, if we said something like, as a courtesy, please do not fish in the swimming area.
You could certainly do that as far as signage is concerned. You just have no ability
To enforce. Yeah.
to
Yeah.
enforce it, yes.
That was my next question, was just request you restrict your fishing to non-swimming areas.
And then we can just boo anybody that is
Boo.
fishing.
I think that encourages them to do it. I mean, in other words, then we're saying specifically that you can, but we'd request that you don't. So, I don't know.
Okay, can we move on to roller skating?
I guess we can.
Totally unlawful, Thomas.
I agree with you, Gene. I think that bicycles and skateboards and scooters and roller skating should all be allowed on paved surfaces. And I think 15 covers motorized vehicles. So I don't see the need for 12, which is line 308.
I've lost my place. That's my notes.
Those are different things, to be honest. Roller skating and skateboarding is a separate activity that carries a lot of emotional content, both pro and con. So saying expressly roller skating and or skateboarding is allowed, and where it's allowed and how it's allowed, I think is an appropriate restriction to articulate for the council.
I mean, a good example would be we don't want roller skaters and skateboarders on the tennis court once it's repaired.
Would that be
Precisely.
considered a paved surface?
It is a paved
that-
surface.
Because this would allow roller skating to happen there.
We probably would want to exclude it.
What if we said paths or roads that are paved?
That would,
But I think we should, if we're allowing roller skating, which we should.
Yeah.
I think you're right, including bicycles, skateboards, and scooters.
As long as they're not motorized.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you good with that, Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Forget about that. Mhm.
Can I ask a question about your swimming and wading? I'm glad that was taken out because I personally wade in the creek 3 or 4 times a year to pull out trash, and I don't know if there's a line that needs to be designated between wading and swimming, but I think it should be taken out as it was.
What about swimming is allowed only in the designated swimming area?
I'd be okay if I.
You're not gonna swim in the creek.
I mean, I'd be okay if we could swim anywhere in that lake, but that's just me.
I mean, right now we allow people to swim in that lake if they sign a waiver.
No, only in the outside of the ropes.
Oh, that's outside the ropes?
Right now, the swimming is
Right-
only in the swimming
Right now,
area.
you just have to go out on the other part in your kayak and fall off.
Well, you just have to drown because you can't swim. You just have to keep your arms next to you.
Just put your feet down. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, walk.
Which would be wading.
Exactly.
deep it is.
So is it okay if we just, what do we think about that? Swimming allowed only in approved areas, or not mention it at all?
In the interest of moving on, why don't we just leave it alone and not put it in there and
Okay.
continue as we have continued?
Okay.
Okay, good. All right, we did multifamily.
Weeds and grass?
Weeds and grass. Yeah, is there any reason why weeds and grass is separate from vegetation and debris? Can we combine those, first of all?
Probably is the short answer, but I've not thought about it, so I'm not sure I can give you a cogent answer at the moment.
Well, I would like to see it combined. It just seems odd to have a whole section on, that just says weeds and grass can't be 12 inch, any more than 12 inches. Anyway. Then, it says the owner of improved property or previously improved property. I mean, does that, a vacant lot, it also should not have grass higher than 12 inches. Is a vacant lot improved because it has maybe sewer lines or something like that? Is that what we're saying, or can we just put that in there? I mean, eliminate the improved.
Well, it refers to improved property or previously improved property in the city.
But a vacant lot would not be considered improved property, right?
It depends on whether or not it had previously had a house on it and that had been torn down at some point in the past and just not been rebuilt. And that one I don't know the answer to.
That would have been the case with my lot.
But the reason why there's separate articulation about vegetation and debris is because that covers materials and things that the language in 16-193 contains it's the intent that it addresses things that are outside of a normal residential lot that looks and feels like a normal lot, that you've got grass and trees and flowers and plantings and things. So I will own the fact that our house in Grant Park is not a traditional looking yard. We actually got it certified by Trees Atlanta as part of the urban forest because our neighbors kept reporting us to code enforcement. We don't have grass in our front yard or in our backyard, anywhere. Don't believe in grass, it's a monoculture, it's absurd. destroys the environment, and it's otherwise just unsightly, and I hate mowing it. So the language in 122 provides for people who have decided to have a more traditional looking yard and don't take care of it. The language that is in Article 8 in Section 16-193 is broader. It talks about invasive species. It talks about, it doesn't matter whether it's improved or unimproved. It has other mechanisms by which it constitutes separate conduct that the city would have the power to regulate and to control. So the reason why 16-1 and 22 is addressed to improved and unimproved lots improved and previously improved lots is because those are more likely to have traditional grasses than is vacant land. And vacant land would be more subject to 193.
What? It's more likely to have grasses and weeds if it's been built on?
That's from an enforcement perspective, it draws a line in the sand between one code section and the other as to which one more likely applies in which circumstance. So improved or previously improved is one classification of issue. Vacant lots are classified and dealt with other places, but even though 193 still applies and could apply to even improved property because it doesn't draw the distinction.
What is the line? I don't understand. Draws a line between, it does draw a line between two different things, but
It's like the idea of all yards don't look the same. Some yards have grass, and you can obviously tell when it's 10 inches high, and then you have other yards that are a little more descriptive. They have different plant species where it's been very difficult in the past for us to apply the same basic rule to one versus another, because then they have room to challenge us to say, this is not grass, this is a plant. This is a this is a that. So one will allow us to target a specific, the Stedman Wives whole yard, and the other one would allow us enforcement to meet the same type of quality as his yard at the house. If that makes sense.
There's vacant lots right on Spruce that I pass by all the time. They're loaded with English ivy. They are loaded with wisteria, which grows up over the wires and
Mhm.
everything else. 16-193 would allow us to enforce compliance in getting those lots cared for, where they're not cared for now. But the same would also be true for, let's say you've got a neighbor who's got a tree that is totally covered in wisteria, and it's dripping down into your yard and spreading all over your plants and so forth. And
I'm not, I'm not saying we shouldn't have the 16-193. I'm fine with that. I just don't understand why, if you're gonna talk about weeds and grass,
you could make
why-
it weeds, grass, and vegetation and combine them.
And debris.
why,
And debris.
yeah, why you can't put it in the vegetation section, but more than that, why it doesn't apply to a vacant lot, that they can't have grass and, you can add to that if you want. You can add, you can have invasive species not be able to be on that lot, but don't you want that vacant lot to not have any more than 12 inches of weeds and grass?
There's an empty lot on the back of
Still
Ridge.
confused.
And it has a lot of vegetation in it, and I think there's grass. Why do we need why does it need to be maintained? I guess is my question. Like, why do we need to maintain?
Well, appearance
empty
for
lot.
one, I thought that was what this was about. I mean, the whole thing about your yard, why are we telling anybody how their yard should look? Or how, you know? I mean, it's
Aesthetics, protect
appearance,
property
aesthetics.
values, there's a lot of reasons. I guess the question that I would have is 16,122 or 16,193, both could apply to either improved or unapproved or previously improved properties.
122 could not apply to unimproved. A lot that had never been improved ever in its history would not be subject to 122.
So is that the primary reason those are separate?
If I had to revisit what I thought 10 years ago when I originally wrote this code, yes, probably.
So what you're saying is that a vacant lot that has never been improved can't have invasive species on it, but it can have weeds and grass that is tall as they want. Is that what we're saying?
No, ma'am, because subsection A of 193 says, no dead or hazardous trees, shrubs, ground cover, or weeds likely to harbor vermin or insects, restrict or impede access, so forth and so on. So if what we see with vacant lots are likely to provide safe harbor for vermin and insects, including breeding grounds for mosquitoes, then we could ask the owner of the vacant lot to clear it. It just doesn't have a height trigger like a residential property would have. That's the primary distinction between the two.
It doesn't have a height. If it's a vacant lot, it doesn't have a height, but you can't let vermin be. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. Either I'm not hearing you, or I don't I'm just not getting the distinction here. I don't understand why you need it in two places, and I don't understand why a vacant lot is different. I'm not getting it. You got an explanation?
I don't have an explanation, but I'm not sure that it really makes a difference at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you want to be able to enforce some type of code on either property, and these two components allow us to do that.
Well, what I'm trying to make
It may
sure.
not be as efficient as we
Well,
would
what
all
I'm trying to
like.
make sure is that we can do that with the vacant lot. I mean, okay, can you point to me where in here the part that would take care of the vacant lot in vegetation and debris? I'm sorry. It's hard.
In vegetation and debris? Well, yeah.
I mean, it is partially, I can't hear what you're saying, where you say that this is, because I'm hearing impaired, I'm sorry, but.
You know, there's language about removal, no dead or hazardous trees, shrubs, ground cover, weeds to harbor insect or vermin, impede access to public use or adjacent sidewalk, path, trails, or streets. I would assume that would include right-of-ways as well.
Yep.
So, you know, no longer would a vacant lot be able to grow their vegetation out into the road.
But they can keep it on their own lot. That said dead, and dead is not weeds. Weeds are
Dead
live.
or hazardous, and hazardous would include ground covers or weeds likely to harbor vermin, and so forth. Removal of trash from that area. Invasive vegetation, a lot of these lots are covered with ivy and.
Right, so they would have to remove invasive species. Okay, I'll let it go, but I still think that if you say weeds, that they can't have weeds and grass that harbor vermin, that's very unclear, and that's really the only thing I heard that tells you anything about weeds and grass, and I don't understand why we can't limit vacant lots to 12 inches, and that they need to be cut if they're not 12 inches. They look bad, and they may not be covered by this other thing. So that's what I'm saying. I
So-
don't understand.
So it's one of your concerns that in 16.122, it says height of 12 inches, but it doesn't say anything about height in 16.193.
Right.
So,
Does that matter? Is that inconsistent legally? Would it be different if it also said, weeds up to 12 inches in height in 16.193?
I don't know whether there might be circumstances, because I am not a botanist or arborist of any sort. I don't know if there'd be circumstances by which a vacant lot might have plantings that exceeded 12 inches that are not otherwise included in the scope of the language in 193. If the council wants a language similar to 122 with a height maximum, I can craft language that adds that additional cap to it. It's not in there mostly because vacant lots are generally speaking legally deemed to be different than improved property. And improved property have different maintenance standards, both for purposes of the application of the International Maintenance Code, as well as the aesthetics of the maintenance of those properties. So if there's a distinction, it may be my waspish understanding and upbringing of what improved property is supposed to look like. And that I may just have to own my own inherent bias and privilege of the neighborhood I grew up in.
So basically, the 16.122 is about improved property or previously improved,
Yes, sir.
whereas 193 is about vacant lots.
but
Yes,
it also
It's about
applies to
everything.
the other.
it applies to
193 is about
both.
everything.
Right. Councilman Ramsey and the Mayor Pro Tem are both correct. 193 applies to all property owned independently of the city, wherever found in the city limits. It doesn't matter whether it was improved or not improved in the past. 122 only applies if the property has had or currently has improvements on it. And that's the only distinction about scope. If we modify 193 to add the 12-inch height maximum, then you might be able to do away with 122 and just have language from 193.
Do you think it's important to keep that delineation?
I do, because I think
The-
you've got some very distinctively different properties that.
I would agree. So,
I
Explain
mean,
that,
legally,
Tom. What-
Councilman Goldberg, let me respond to your question. I paused to reflect or not to ignore you. I don't know that the legal distinction matters to me as much as the aesthetic one. I think there's typically a concern among my clients about the aesthetics of improved versus unimproved properties, and that they are perhaps oftentimes more lenient if a property is unimproved than if it's improved. And that's where the distinction probably most likely arises, to be honest. It sounds to me from this discussion amongst the three of y'all that that distinction matters less in Pine Lake than it has mattered in other clients of mine. So if what we want to do, or what you want to do, is simply say no vegetation above 12 inches that's like weeds and grass kinds of vegetation, but
I don't think we said that at all,
Okay.
Mr. Balch.
then I misunderstood.
So one last question on this. There is a vacant lot that they went as far as putting up a fence and a temporary panel that's now been yanked, and it's been sitting vacant and abandoned for 15 years on Ridge. Is that improved? Unimproved? The lot they did nothing to the lot. They put a fence in and they built the tripod wooden temporary meter.
There was a property on that.
There was a house on that property.
Actually, at one time, there was
So
a
that's
dwelling
improved.
on that particular property, and they had rent and gotten permits. They had an issue with ownership because it was in trust and locating all the individuals from trust. So I'm sure, so there were quite a couple of go-rounds at trying to secure permits. They wanted to do not an AED, but they wanted to do an auxiliary building on that property. They also wanted to put a trailer on that property just while he built and some other stuff. It was denied, and then that's when the property basically fell through, and he already had the fence up, so it was just about maintaining at least the outside of it for aesthetic purposes.
Okay, so that is an once improved property, basically.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of having somebody with
Yeah.
institutional knowledge of the city that goes back farther than I have. The existence of the fence is a sufficient improvement to bring it within 122. I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
the background and the history, I appreciate Chief having it, and that's incredibly important information.
That's great.
However, the fence itself would satisfy the 122 standard.
Okay. I forgot that there had been a house there.
So where are we?
193.
Are we moving on?
I mean, put in the 12-inch into 193?
That would not well, if, with 193, if we put the 12 inches there, would that preclude us from taking action on invasive species that are below 12 inches?
No.
No, well,
Okay. Yeah, then I'm okay with the 12 inch.
Jeff?
Yep.
Don't,
Sure.
Augusta? Okay, we'd like to do that.
Yes, ma'am. Got it.
Okay.
Before we get out of 193, I would again like to mention that in debris, there's a lot of yard art that I think we should at least mention. I am on line 959, 16, 193, vegetation and debris, part B, debris. Scrap metal, bottles, stoves, refrigerators, like I get all that, but we have like bottle trees, which is discarded scrap metal with bottles on them. So I think we should at least make a mention of yard art being separate from trash. And then if someone wants to fight us on what is yard art and what is trash.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, the slipperiest of slopes, to be honest. Councilman Torrent, my preference is to leave this ordinance as recommended. And if the property owner wanted to make a defense that they considered what they'd done as yard art, they can make that proof on their own. They don't need us to recognize that some things are art, because then everything becomes art.
Okay.
I mean, I've had hoarder houses where people claim that they were saving art. And you wouldn't believe the detritus that was pulled out of those yards and those homes. So I don't want to go down the path of arguing semantics with Joe property owner or Josephine property owner over something we've done to try to accommodate some people. I think if somebody wants to, as a matter of common law, it would be an appropriate defense to say it's not debris, it's art, and then they can prove that it's art or that it's why it is that it ought to be considered art, and that's for the judge to decide whether it is or isn't. That's not, I don't think that's for us to codify.
So,
Okay,
so
thank you.
couldn't that be handled under the procedures in terms of when we educate whoever is going to be doing our enforcement?
You're still
to-
asking one of us to make a decision, and he's saying leave it like it is. That way we don't,
Right, right. I'm not saying changing this, but I'm talking about when you have your, whoever is doing code enforcement, hey, in Pine Lake, we have a lot of interesting yards. Not everything is debris. And then they use their judgment and have the conversation with the homeowner at the time. That's not in the ordinance, that's in the process of how the ordinance is enacted.
I think that conversation happens organically, Councilmember Goldberg, rather than by virtue of the internal operating procedures that we've been discussing all evening. And the reason why it happens organically is simply because if our code enforcement officer, in the process by which the city manager ultimately implements these ordinances, requires that initial face-to-face conversation, then that's going to be part of the homeowner's rebuttal to the, look, you got to clean up your yard.
Right.
And whether or not it gets charged or not, and whether or not it gets enforced, becomes a part of that conversation. And, you know, perhaps we get an impromptu group of 5 or 6 neighbors to say, is this a problem for you? And then if it's not for that group, then we get them all to sign statements that they were asked with respect to this particular property and this particular item on the property, and they concluded it didn't offend local sentiments or local aesthetics. And we put that in the file that goes with that piece of property, and 20 years from now, when somebody else complains about the toilet in the front yard, we've got this history that
Yeah.
it's not a problem because of these reasons.
I think I don't necessarily want that to be like a sanctioned official part of the process, but when we, like anything, Pine Lake is different from when I go to work in Decatur or Stone Mountain
Sure.
or Lithonia. As part of our introduction to who Pine Lake is, we're a little different. We're unique. We have a little eclectic nature. So I don't say put that in
Sure.
writing and that's subject to then a subjective interpretation, but that's just part of the nature of when we bring people on our team. This is Pine, and we could say that about a lot of this, the ordinance. This is Pine Lake. We're a little different.
Yeah, I had a question on this one. It says about debris. Also, does that include like debris when yard debris or construction debris? Because 7 days, if you're on a construction project, it's not gonna be enough time to clear that away. So would that be like maybe a separate, like extending the time for like if there's a building permit or special projects?
The ordinance speaks to debris that's been left after the project is done.
Okay.
So the idea is that, you know, if you have a contractor doing a renovation, they're gonna clean up after themselves, and all that's gonna be hauled away within 7 days of the conclusion of the project. If the homeowner's doing the project on their own, they need to know that they've gotta clean up their mess within a week of being done. So if they need longer than that, then I doubt anyone's going to be calling City Hall on the 8th day after the project was supposedly completed and saying these people haven't cleaned up their mess yet. I think most of the time this is going to be 7 days from when the city learns that there's a problem, and they're going to have 7 days from then to clean it up. But the idea of writing it this way is you incentivize people to clean up their mess when they're done, as opposed to leaving it until somebody complains.
okay, I'll shut up.
Do you have any more opinion to add to that?
Well, I just think 7 days is not enough time to clean up any mess, but, I mean, to get to if, if, if it is a bunch of debris and you have a conversation and ask the person to move it, 7 days is not enough time to move it, because, I mean, the main way you would do that is to call DeKalb County, and you have to have it all stacked up, and then you have to make a picture, and then you have to put it on the website, and then you have to pay money to do it, and that doesn't happen in 7 days. And, you know, even if you do it differently, if you have to go and find somebody, hire somebody to do something, you can't find somebody in 7 days, let alone get somebody out there to work. So I think no matter what you are talking about, 7 days is unreasonable. I think it should be 30 days. Anyone else?
I think 30 days is a long time. But I think 7 days is a short time, so
Yeah.
I would,
Sure.
I would
2 weeks?
Split it.
Split the difference?
split the
Okay,
difference.
2 weeks.
Split the
There we
difference,
go.
2 weeks.
A compromise, oh my God, how did that happen?
Typically with DeKalb County, it takes them 2
It
weeks
takes 2 weeks,
to,
yeah.
with the request, with putting in the picture. That's usually their recommended time frame to expect is 2 weeks.
I mean, unless you're willing to spend money to bring in somebody with a truck to pick it up, or dumpster,
Or
have a
Tommy-
dumpster
Or
brought
Tommy
in.
Conlon.
Or Tommy Conlon.
When they got jumped,
Yeah, yeah,
You know.
I mean,
Right, you
but
gotta
it'll take you a
pay
week
them.
to get them
yeah.
Yeah.
scheduled.
Takes at least a
Um,
week. Sometimes
2 weeks
two
is pretty reasonable.
I don't know.
All right, so we go to 2
So-
weeks.
2 weeks, please. Thank you.
We are rolling up on 11. Jeff, I know you can't be here next week.
No,
Uh,
I'm leaving Saturday.
Do you have any other questions? Because I think if we're on page 7, we should just continue this after our special called meeting
Yeah.
next week. So giving you time to do your,
I don't have any questions, but I'll look through this last part, and if I do, I'll shoot it out as an email.
okay,
Great.
Yeah.
is that okay with everyone? I know
Yeah.
Mr. Hawthorne has to get to his hotel by midnight.
Yeah.
We put in a valiant effort. You good?
So just for you, I'm not taking a vacation. I'm doing a volunteer week at Camp Sunshine. This is my 35th summer volunteering there at a camp for kids with cancer. So that's a priority for me as much as being here is.
Okay, I think we can do this fast.
Okay.
So, the next section, well, there was the noise section and, in between weeds and grass and vegetation. And basically, my question, I mean, I think you said this, something about this, the fact that we don't have that instrumentation made it unenforceable, the old code, is that what you said?
Correct.
And
The only part of the code that, in the noise
And-
ordinance that would be
And why
important.
does this not, I mean, it says that's how you measure it.
Right, but we couldn't enforce it unless we implemented, as the city manager said earlier, you know, this is going to roll out in phases as we can staff and support each section or piece of it that we need to. So, I mean, it might be 2 years before we're in a position to purchase the equipment.
So you're
to-
saying that we can't enforce this now until we have that? Is that?
We can't enforce the noise piece until we have the equipment to measure it.
Is that what this means?
Not entirely, no, because there is the ability to say that if a noise is easily heard with just your normal hearing at a certain distance from the source of the noise, that it violates the code without the measuring equipment. So there are pieces of that. There are Go ahead.
I was gonna say, there's also times of the day for which you can have certain activities such as construction or loud music and so on and so forth. So it never deter or stops anyone from actually still knocking on the door saying, we can hear it out here, can you turn it down? So I think for now,
Right, which we had before too, but, well, anyway, I don't think it matters one way or another. But one question I did have about, fireworks, where was it? So between the state and what we have already, the way I read it is that you can set off fireworks in Pine Lake any day of the year between 10 a.m. and 10:30 p.m. Is that true? Is that what we're saying?
So, that statute went through 3 iterations over the course of 3 years with Representative Mary Margaret Oliver largely in charge of all 3 iterations. And to be honest with you, I would have to go back and reread the last version of that code before I could answer that question with any kind of certainty. I think that the code is actually backwards to what you just said, Mayor Pro Tem. I think the city has the ability to regulate fireworks on all days of the year except for 4th of July, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. And why people shoot off fireworks on Christmas and Thanksgiving is beyond me, but they do in Grant Park like it's the 4th of July. So let me, if you will, please allow me to go back and look at the last statutory amendments to the fireworks code in the Georgia statutes and answer that question tomorrow, because I'm not confident I can be
Okay.
100% accurate on that answer tonight.
That sounds good. My preference would be that we not, if there's any way we can limit it, I would prefer that, I mean, if we can say not only those days, that's great. But if we have to say they can shoot them off any day of the year, could it be the time frame be shortened, like, so they don't, so that it stops at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock or something like that? I mean, we don't have a problem with it, but if somebody decided they want to shoot off fireworks every night at 10:30, I wouldn't like it. And his neighbors wouldn't either.
Yeah, what I'm understanding the direction is that you want to know what the maximum extent of a regulation is for fireworks, and you want the code to reflect whatever that maximum extent of regulation is. Do I understand that correctly?
We don't want any more than we actually have to have, actually.
All right. I will get you an answer to that question
Okay,
tomorrow.
great. Thank you. Anything else on noise?
No.
We've done vegetation. Derelict property, okay, there's my comment about the enumerated list, but you can fix that, or not, I don't care, but, so the assumption is that each of the conditions in 16203 stand alone, any one of them. Never mind. It would be clearer if it said or, but it doesn't matter to me. But there was one thing that I did. Oh, condition 7. The condition is that it's vacant for more than 6 continuous months or periodically for 12 months. That, standing by itself, does not seem to me to be a public nuisance. Some people have a second home here. Some people are sick and not in their home right now. That could easily go past 6 months or intermittently for 12 months. It doesn't seem to me that just being vacant is a nuisance.
I have never prosecuted a derelict property case solely on that criterion. It is there because particularly in urban areas like ours, the risk of a property being turned into a squat house or otherwise used illegally goes up the longer that it's vacant, regardless of the reason for the vacancy. And if it's noticed to be vacant, then people with either no other place to live or with nefarious intent are going to co-opt that property for their own purposes in lots of situations. And we need the ability to intercede and correct that situation. Some of that may be intercession on behalf of the property owner to evict and remove those interlopers. Other situations may require more aggressive interaction, but the point here, as with all of the code, is to offer the city the ability to have a conversation with the property owner about, do you know what's going on at your property, and do you know whether it's safely and whether it's secure? And if it is, and they are, and they're paying attention and they're otherwise maintaining the property, and it's not falling down around, as a hazard to life, health, and safety of the community, then there's no reason for us to take action. But the fact of it having those timelines give us the opportunity and the articulable suspicion to have a conversation with the property owner about why is the property vacant for so long.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Mhm.
Okay, 16204, and there's several places in here that, and I know you said that we wouldn't do this, but it seems to me that we are saying here that to investigate or inspect the condition of dwellings, building structures, and private property within the city to determine those structures and property uses in violation of this article. Entries onto private property shall be made in a manner so as not to cause I don't have to read all this, but in this case, it says it cannot enter into the dwelling without having the consent of the owner. But there's another place in here where I think it's on blighted properties. Maybe we'll get to that, but it just seems like we're instructing or saying that even going onto someone's property, it seems to me is that we need to have their permission to do that or a warrant to do that. I mean, if nothing else, because you might get shot if you come on somebody's property. I don't know. It seems like we're kind of loose with what we can do as far as going onto someone's property. Is that Georgia law? Are we protected by Georgia law if we do that? I mean, cops can't do that.
Well, the idea behind this is that the physical condition of the property gives you exigent circumstances to enter into the curtilage, which is the lands immediately surrounding the residence. None of this code provides authority to enter into the residence unless there's probable cause of a crime occurring on the premises. But the distinction between enter onto the property, which is simply entering the property, either for purposes of doing a knock and announce or a knock and check, with it for the residents of the property, or to just do a walk around the property. In order to have the authority to do that, the council has to say, we want you to be able and authorized to conduct this investigation for life, health, safety, and welfare. So in every circumstance that I've been involved with, this is always, whoever is doing the inspection or the investigation is always accompanied by law enforcement for the exact safety reasons that you're describing.
Okay.
So there would be training and communication with whoever the inspector is, that, this is a situation you need to liaise with chief, get one of her officers assigned to this, and have them accompany you with a marked vehicle to conduct this inspection. The distinction with derelict property versus blighted property is that blighted property has a separate legal classification for its condition, and it has requirements that it is more likely to cause an imminent danger to health and safety than is a derelict property. That's backwards as a matter of intuitive understanding, but it's the way the legislature wrote those two separate acts for how cities have the power to deal with these two circumstances. Blighted property is treated one way, derelict property is treated a different way, and the authority within the state statutes to conduct those inspections is delineated separately based on those designations, and this tracks that code.
Okay. I'm good. Everybody else good?
I do want to pick
Got
up
something?
on your, since we're done with that, the investigation by at least 5 residents of the municipality.
Yeah.
I think that's a real dangerous thing, to just let any 5 Pine Lake residents decide that an investigation needs to happen of a building.
But they don't get to compel the investigation, Councilman Torrent.
Okay.
They simply send a complaint virtually, basically, to the city manager. The city manager still has the discretion to decide whether or not it needs to be actually acted on or not.
It does say the public officer may make an
Yes.
investigation. Okay,
So,
thank you.
There is intentionally city-controlled discretion. We are not at the beck and call of the aesthetics police.
Thank you for that.
So clarify though, for me, at least 5 residents, that could be 5 members of the same family living in the same house
Yeah, could be.
versus 5 separate adults.
And I think that goes to the exercise of discretion by the city manager or their designee, is that if it's 5 folks in the same house who are all related to each other, that might be less likely to encourage or to incur at least even a drive-by than if it's 5 family members who are all on the same street or the same block.
So how come I would be curious, why is it not designated like an adult? Because one of those 5 could be 6 years old. All right, so
The reason is because there needs to be some legal autonomy in order to make the complaint in the first instance. So if you can't show, I would ask, if I got consulted on this, who are the 5 signatories, and are they all over the age of 18?
so
and-
that's sort of implied versus,
In my world,
Codified.
it's implied in
Okay.
the code rather than explicit.
thank you, makes sense.
Okay.
Ad valorem on blighted property, is that where we are?
Yep.
I think so. Let's see. Yeah, because I think these have all been answered. I'm just, ad valorem, are we on the blighted property?
1354 line.
I just wondered where this factor of 7 came from, and, is that some kind of statutory thing? Seems like an awfully large factor.
It's intentionally large, and it is not mandated anywhere that I'm aware of, but it is one that most cities have adopted in dealing with blighted properties as a mechanism of, well, to be perfectly honest, forcing tax sales so that the city can remove the blight from its environs. Because the taxes aren't gonna get paid at a factor of 7. The residence is gonna go into default, and it's gonna be sold on the courthouse steps, subject to a tax sale. Now, the city can't buy that property, but whoever purchases it then is incentivized to clean it up, to be able to realize the investment that they made in order, when they purchased the tax sale. The method in the madness with respect to that factor is to, make a property owner aware when they are provided notice that their property might be considered blighted and the city might be taking action to have it declared to be blighted, what's going to happen if they don't clean up their act. So it's a very heavy hammer in a circumstance where you can't otherwise get someone's attention to fix the problem that's trying to be dealt with.
And if someone bought it and got it back, brought it back to, tore it down or did whatever, would they be eligible for the reduction?
Oh yeah, once the blight was removed, then it goes back to the original ad valorem rate. Yes.
No, it goes back to half of the millage rate for up to 4 years, right?
It's been a minute since I've looked at that way that section works.
Yeah, there's a, let's see, if I can find it. Decrease, it's on line 1415, section 16306, decrease of tax rate. And real property that has had this designation as maintained as blighted, removed by the public office as provided, this article, shall be eligible for decrease in rate of city ad valorem tax by applying a factor of 1/2 to the city millage rate applied to the property, so that such property shall be taxed at a lower millage rate than the millage rate generally applied to the municipality or otherwise provided by general law. That starts on the next tax bill, and the decreased rate of taxation may be given in successive years depending on the amount of cost expended by the person chargeable with the payment. So for each $25,000 they spent to remediate, they get 1 extra year of tax reduction up to 4 years. So my question is, if it's sold in the meantime, but that person that bought it remediated and spent this money, did they get that reduced millage rate?
Only if there's been a designation of the property as blighted prior to the sale. If it's not been designated as blighted prior to the sale for whatever purpose, then the reduced millage rate does not apply to the new owner.
Yeah, I would think, from this, I would think that not only that it's been designated blighted, but that
designation is.
the 7%, the factor of 7 millage rate has been applied, and that's been paid at least 1 year, because otherwise, I'm not going to give them back something that they didn't get in the first place. Anyway, I don't know if it has to be clear in here. I mean, I think that would be assumed, but
Well, it does, it does. The key to all of this is open lines of communication. And part of what would need to happen in these circumstances is that if the city's in the process of having a property declared blighted, and the property owner says, I want to sell it, I'm going to list it, market it, get it sold, then it would be my recommendation to the city at that point that we hold any blight designation off and give them 6 months to get the place sold, and then we don't have this issue for the new owners, because we've never declared it. We don't have any issues about having collected the higher tax rate for a year or any of those kinds of things to worry about offsetting the reduction. So the key in every one of these I've ever prosecuted as a city attorney has always been you stay in contact with the property owner until either they move out, we've moved them out, or the structure has been destroyed by some action of the city, by some abatement action that's been ordered by the municipal court. And unless those things happen, you're constantly talking to that property owner about what are you doing, how are you trying to clean it up, what are you trying to do to meet the requirements of the code, how are you fixing all of these issues that have been identified, where's your checklist, all those things. That happens more than once a week during the whole course of that whole process. And it is time consuming, but it removes the eyesores that your constituents are complaining about and that are negatively impacting their properties by giving us this tool to have a remedy available. Whether it's because of neglect, illness, financial constraints, or mental illness, whatever the cause is, properties fall into disrepair, and cities have to have a toolkit to address those properties and make sure that we don't allow other properties to fall into similar disrepair because one house on the street fell into disrepair.
yeah, I'm on board with the process. All I was trying to figure out is if it's transferable, because you might have someone or a place that had the increased millage rate for several years. They just couldn't get it together, but they finally got a buyer for it. But they want to be able to tell the buyer you're going to get that back. So, that's part of the deal. So, I mean, I don't know that it's worth trying to spell it out in here, but I just think it's important to look at what's going to happen when this comes about. So.
In that circumstance, it wouldn't it be in the city's best interest to remove the blight, because we want the new owner to be motivated to.
Well, they've got to remove the
Right,
blight
question
first.
is,
They've got to fix it.
Do they get the half millage rate is the question. And I
Yes.
think if they spend the money and they have the receipts, the new person, if they have the receipts, then I think they should get that.
And it's the code is intended to be interpreted that way, because it's saying the property is eligible for a reduction, not based on who the owner is. So the reduction goes to the property who's had the blight designation removed, and there's been an expenditure of
And
treasure to
right.
fix it and bring that out so that the blight designation can be removed. Then they're eligible for the reduction for up to 4 years. So
Okay, that makes sense.
all of that's very long-winded way of saying the intent of the section is to accomplish exactly what you're hoping that it does.
Okay. Dare I say it?
Is that the end of the road?
I don't have any more questions. I said it, see?
Now I'm gonna pull my list out, no, I'm just
Augusta was just waiting for her
I
chance.
did wait for my chance.
Councilmember Woods, I would welcome your question.
No, I think most might have been answered in the, so I think we're good. Anything else, I will call.
Yes, ma'am. I'm available to your phone.
Okay.
We've got on here to discuss the e-blast. Do you,
Just 3 days of time for public hearing. City Hall is closed for Juneteenth, the Juneteenth celebration. We did the first public hearing of the Department of Tax millage process. We got the updated strategic report. I want to do a update on the public works report out of there, and I've asked Mr. Kendrick to write a short piece to discuss and explain how the water testing is done at the lake.
like that?
That's good.
And anything else from anyone?
Anybody else have?
I have a couple of things, actually. Ned, when are applications for council, people who are considering running for council, when are those due? Do you know offhand?
I don't know offhand. It's sometime in August, I want to say.
Okay, I thought it was
There's some
coming up.
time.
Pride Lake will be having our yearly fundraiser gala on June 28th. The theme is Friends of Dorothy.
Be out of town.
Oh, boo. Tickets are online at pridelake.org. Those are on sale. Yeah, I will. And on the 26th, Marty McCaleb is going to be holding a queer self-defense course in the beach house. Good. I think it's going to be great.
I'm sorry, Thomas. Say it again.
Self-defense course for gay people, queers, anybody under that umbrella.
Okay.
Thomas, what time is the gala? There's a birthday party for someone in Pine Lake that night up at the Red Door. And
Oh, boo. Well, I hope they're not fun and no one can. I didn't say that, no. It'll be from 6 to 9.
Okay.
Do you know, can you say who it is?
I'll tell you that.
Okay.
But I'll be there because I promised to be there, and I didn't know when your gala was exactly going to be. But I'll buy some gala tickets and give them away.
Or show up, later.
Or show up late.
Yeah.
I could do that.
Okay.
Anything else for the news blast?
The strategic performance report was just that piece, right?
The update.
You don't want to.
Nothing
You
else.
don't want to update us some more, do you?
No.
I have no other reports or comments. City Council, anybody else have anything?
No, ma'am.
Good.
There's
Do I
no need
hear
for
a
executive
motion?
session either.
I motion that we adjourn for the evening.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. Legislation in action.
Thank you, Ned. Thank you, City Manager.
For tonight.
Yeah, we did.
This might be a record. Melanie wanted the record for the shortest, but I got the record for the longest.
So is this the longest one?
I don't know. I mean, certainly in my tenure it is. I've never.
And if you guys see,
How long you been on council? 10 years. 10 years, so it's the longest.
It'll be 10 at the end of the year. So that's